Councillor McLean? Councillor Meehan?
Here.
Councillor Penner?
Here.
Councillor Sharp?
I'm here.
Councillor Spencer?
Here.
Councillor Walcott?
Here.
Councillor Wong?
I'm here.
Councillor Wyness? Councillor Wyness? Thank you. Councillor Curra?
I'm here.
With that, let's go to Councillor Spencer for the land acknowledgement, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The city of Calgary, where the Bow and Elbow rivers meet, was historically a place of confluence where the sharing resources, ideas, and opportunities naturally come together. Long before Scottish settlers named it Calgary, the original Indigenous nations of this area had their own names for the land. In the Blackfoot language, it is called Mukinstis. The Ayithka, Nakota, Wiskatabi First Nations refer to this place as Wachisba Oyade, and the people of the Tsuut'ina Nation call it Gootstis. The Métis call the Calgary area Tuskawani. We would like to take this opportunity to appreciate and acknowledge that we are gathered on the ancestral and traditional territory of the Blackfoot Confederacy, made up of the Siksika, the Piikani, the Amskapi Piikani, the Kainai First Nations, the Ayithka, Nakota, Wiskatabi First Nations, comprised of the Chiniki, Bearspaw, and Goodstoney First Nations, and the Tsuut'ina First Nation. The city of Calgary is also homeland to the historic Northwest Métis and the Otipemisiwak Métis government, Métis Nation Battle River Territory, Nose Hill Métis District 5, and Elbow Métis District 6. And we acknowledge all Indigenous people who have made Calgary their home. And just as we close the land acknowledgement, I'd encourage all of us in the time that we spend with friends and family, cultivating gratitude and thinking back on a year, the highs and the lows, that part of our reflections would be what it looks like for all of us to be faithful treaty partners as we head into 2025. Back to you, Mayor.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spencer. Let's start today by recognizing that on December 21st, we traditionally observe the winter solstice, which marks the start of the winter season. In Calgary on this day, we hold a memorial service, which is called the longest night of the year, to honor those who've lost their lives during the past year while experiencing homelessness. The people we remember were mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, and good friends. They were all fellow Calgarians. Many of these individuals may not have had a proper funeral or a gravesite, so the longest night of the year memorial is a way for the community to pay their respects and to mourn those that we've lost. Homelessness combined with social isolation significantly increases a person's risk of premature death from all causes. And although we are brought together by loss, this annual event also gives us hope. It provides healing and it inspires us to bring about the change that is much needed. Providing equity-deserving populations with access to affordable housing contributes to their mental and physical health, social integration, as well as community safety. The City of Calgary remains committed to making affordable housing a priority. Please join me now in a moment of silence to recognize the lives that have been lost this year due to homelessness. Thank you very much, everybody. And I invite all of you, members of council and Calgarians who are here, to join the longest night of the year memorial event, which will take place either in person or online, whichever's better for you. It'll be at Platform Calgary on Saturday, December the 21st at 2:30 p.m. Now, today we have an exciting recognition, the 2024 Accessibility Awards presented by the City of Calgary Advisory Committee on Accessibility. Throughout the year, this committee advises City Council and administration on matters of accessibility and inclusion for persons with disabilities related to city services. This year, we received 22 nominations. We thank all the individuals and organizations for their incredible work in making Calgary a more accessible city. Today, we are delighted to announce the 4 award recipients who are with us today. The first award is the Advocacy Award, which recognizes an individual or a group who has improved the quality of life for persons with disabilities and/or advanced accessibility in Calgary. There are 2 recipients this year. The first winner is La Crossing Barriers. La Crossing Barriers has created a welcoming space where people of all abilities can participate in sports. This inclusivity extends beyond lacrosse to other sports like boxing and gymnastics, and they ensure that everyone feels accepted and encouraged. The organization has significantly impacted marginalized communities by providing opportunities for physical activity, for skill development, and for social interaction. This has led to increased confidence and a sense of belonging among participants. More than 10 participants in this program have chosen to earn coaching credentials, which empower the award on behalf of the team, and then we will take a picture with the whole team. So can I ask Scott to come up, please? Should we get the whole team? Yeah, let's get the team up. That's exciting. Congratulations. Thank you. I feel like I'm not dressed properly.
The scarf's nice, we'll maybe trade.
Yeah. You're fired. Your old man was right.
Thank you. Congratulations again. Really well done. Good job. Thank you. Now let's go on to the second recipient of the Advocacy Award. The second recipient is Lionel Magrino. Lionel has an unwavering dedication to raising awareness and driving change in accessibility, diversity, inclusivity, equity, as well as justice. As a Filipino-Canadian living with cerebral palsy, Lionel has used lived experiences to advocate for the disability community, ensuring that voices are heard and that stories are being told. Lionel's recent gallery, called Limitless, The Disabled World, exemplifies a commitment to breaking down societal barriers and highlighting the resilience and the potential of people with disabilities. Through photography, Lionel challenges perceptions and inspires others to recognize the limitless potential within the disability community. Lionel's advocacy goes beyond personal gain. It strives to create a more inclusive world for everyone. Lionel's passion, talent, and relentless efforts make him a deserving candidate for the Advocacy Award. Now, unfortunately, Lionel was unable to be here with us today, so we've got Andrea Van Voot, who will be receiving the award on their behalf. Please come on up.
I look a little different than Lionel.
We'll get him to edit it.
Sure.
With his photography skills. It'll be great. The second award that we are presenting today is the Transportation and Mobility Award, and this is created in memory of Ella Anderson, who's a past member of the Advisory Committee. This award honors those dedicated to enhancing how Calgarians navigate our city, and the winner this year is Sky Look. Sky has been instrumental in securing vital resources, such as the all-terrain Hippocamp wheelchair, which has significantly impacted the mobility and independence of children and their families. Sky's work with CP Kids and Families and the Calgary Neuropathy Association highlights his dedication to improving the lives of people with disabilities. Sky's leadership extends beyond individual projects. He has successfully brought together organizations, donors, and communities through initiatives like Walk and Roll Alberta, fostering a culture of inclusion as well as teamwork. His involvement in projects that encourage active and inclusive transportation options demonstrates his commitment to creating a more accessible community. I would like to invite Sky up to receive the award, please. Thanks for all your efforts. Now, our final award is the Universal Design Award, which recognizes those who have created better access to the physical environment, technology, or products. This award is being presented to Pamela Bootvin. With over 30 years of experience in architecture, Pamela has a deep understanding of designing accessible and inclusive spaces. Her work spans various sectors, including healthcare, senior care, and commercial buildings. She is a Rick Hansen Foundation certified accessibility professional and a LEED accredited professional. These qualifications highlight her commitment to accessibility and sustainability in design. Pamela's designs offer support for accessible aging in place, featuring manageable layouts and low maintenance features. These homes are thoughtfully designed and they're intended to promote inclusivity, helping to create community and a sense of stability. Her work on the Universal Design Toolkit and her presentations at conferences and universities spread awareness and knowledge about accessible design, influencing a wide audience of professionals as well as students. Pamela, please come on up to receive this award.
Close. What is it? Butvin. Butvin. Okay, I will get that one. That's congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
And Pamela, my apologies that I pronounced your name wrong. It is Pamela Butvin. Apologies for that. On behalf of my council colleagues, I'd like to extend heartfelt congratulations to all of the award recipients today. I want to thank you for the work that you do every single day to make sure that our city and our communities are more inclusive and accessible for a more accessible city for persons with disabilities. And many thanks to the Advisory Committee on Accessibility, without whose work we wouldn't know of the great things that are being done in the city. And thanks for doing the challenging job of reviewing all of the nominations and choosing the winners. I think we're going to invite all of the award recipients up for a quick photo. Is that right? It's in my notes, so I'm going to pretend that's a thing. Okay, come on up. So everybody who's won an award, come on up.
Sure, guys. Okay. Take picture now.
You should come on up, yeah. Yeah. You should hold it up.
Yeah, you should have it.
Okay. There you go. You should go right through.
Didn't bring the award.
I will get it.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
You're welcome. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Try and do the angle.
Congratulations. Congratulations again. All right, so the celebration is not quite over yet. We are going to continue with another well-deserved recognition for high achievement. We are very honored today to celebrate the Cavalry FC, Calgary's very own professional soccer club. Okay, clearly somebody else should be up here doing this. Founded in 2018, Cavalry FC has quickly become a powerhouse in the Canadian Premier League. Our team plays its home matches at ATCO Field, which is located on the grounds of Spruce Meadows. Cavalry FC's journey has been nothing short of remarkable. Under the leadership of head coach Tommy Wheeldon Jr., the team has consistently performed at a very high level, culminating in their recent triumph as the 2024 Canadian Premier League champions. Now, this victory not only brought pride to Calgary, but also secured the team a spot at the prestigious CONCACAF Champions Cup, which is the premier club competition of the Americas and the Caribbean. The club's success is built on a strong foundation of community support and a commitment to developing local talent. Club supporters, who are known as foot soldiers, I think we have a few in the audience today, create an electrifying atmosphere at every match, making ATCO Field an absolute fortress for their home team. Their unwavering support has been instrumental in the team's success and continues to inspire the players to achieve new heights. Congratulations to you all on becoming the Canadian champions. I'm now going to take a couple of quick minutes to introduce the team members who are present here today, and we are going to start off with the staff. And if you could please stand up as I read your name, that would be fantastic, and you can stay standing. Let's start with Ian Allison, who's the president and COO. We also have Nathan Boyd, who's the athletic therapist. We've got Becca Gould, who's a graphic designer, and Becca's dad is here and very proud. Justin Hayward, who's a graphic designer. We have Nick Ledgerwood, who's a senior assistant coach. We've got Alex Potts, who's a sports scientist. We have Brooke Spencer, who's in charge of sales, sponsorship, and community outreach. We have Mason Trafford, who's the commercial director. We've got Hannah Wellen, who's the media coordinator, and Jay Wielden, who's the assistant coach and technical director. And here we are with the superstars of the game, the players. We've got Sergio Camargo, who's a midfielder. We have Bradley Camden, who's a defender, and Ali Musi, who's an attacker. Thank you all for being here today. I am now going to take the opportunity to invite Ian Allison, who's the president and COO of Cavalry, to come on up and say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you to the great supporters, not only here, but also in the city of Calgary. It's been an amazing journey. And I was taken when we were saluting our Accessibility Award winners of a piece we put together when this all started about why Calgary, as we tried to attract soccer talent from around the world to a place they might not have heard of. And they're reflective of that. This is a great city and a great community. And I think it's fair to say that the Canadian Premier League, which runs from coast to coast as the only professional sports league in Canada that does so, in this city has a higher recognition, acceptance, and level of support than anywhere else in the country. So thank you to everybody that's made that possible. And just as importantly is the fact that we've done it, built on Calgary. Bradley Camden stood up. Our team that won the Canadian Championship has a number of members who started in that game who came through Calgary Minor Soccer. Bradley Camden being one of them, Charlie Trafford, and of course our captain Marco Carducci are all products of this wonderful system that has some 40,000 kids playing it in the city of Calgary. And we are in it just as the city of Calgary's coat of arms says, onward. It's one of our ethos, as is adapt and overcome. And we'll continue to do that and attract not only Canadian talent, but players from around the world who now make Calgary home. They've come here, they've experienced not only the field of play, the culture, and what this city has to offer. So I want to thank everybody on behalf of Cavalry FC for all of that. Her Worship called it coming into this fortress to play at Atco Field. We're not underestimating our next opponent, one of the legendary teams of the world of soccer in Pumas out of Mexico City. They play in a 70,000-seat stadium. They have a 70-year tradition. But as I mentioned to someone the other day, we like to fight above our weight division, and people who are of my vintage and older might remember that the Mexico City Olympic Stadium served Canada rather well in the other sport we're involved with, and that's when we won the Olympic gold medal in show jumping in 1968. So we're going to go in there, and we're going to represent well, and we're going to give the kids of the city of Calgary that reality, if you can see it, you can be it. And we're going to continue on this journey, and I want to thank everybody for making it possible. Her Worship also mentioned CONCACAF, which runs from the equator to us being the northernmost club in this confederation of soccer clubs. And when I was on the phone with them the other day, I mentioned to them that we're 52 degrees north of the southernmost club, and we're also 52 degrees difference in temperature today. So to play outdoor in February at Atco Field, as much as we'd like to do it, we're going to have to play at a neutral site in February, but hopefully we'll slay that dragon and be back in March. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ian. And as we look forward to 2025, Cavalry FC's commitment to excellence and community engagement promises to bring even more exciting moments and achievements. Let's continue to support the team and celebrate their contributions to Calgary's vibrant sports culture. And to our Cavalry guests who joined us here today, congratulations again on your achievement, and thank you for representing Calgary in Canada as well as on the world sports stage. I know that we are all very much looking forward to cheering you on at the 2025 CONCACAF Championship Cup. With that, that wraps up our recognitions for today. A lot of very well-deserving folks who joined us. Thank you all for being here. We are going to get back to the business of our meeting. I'll turn to Deputy Mayor McLean to go through question period, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and congrats to all the champions in the gallery. My question goes to Jasmine Yan.
Thanks, Sam.
Jasmine Yan.
Yes, thank you. I hate to be the one to end such a fun recognition and be the one to get down to business, but I do have an important question for administration, which is on Friday, the province confidentially shared their consultant report on the Green Line, but stated it couldn't be shared with the public due to commercial and procurement sensitivities. Does the city agree with the province's rationale for not releasing the report, given that we would be exposed to those commercial sensitivities? And what can you say at this point about the elevated alignment that they're proposing?
Councillor Meehan, thank you for the question, and I'll start and then turn it over to City Solicitor Flowen to complete the answer. I think maybe first of all, just to say, administration certainly recognizes that transparency of information, public disclosure is very important to Council and is very important to Calgarians. And yes, we received a confidential Green Line report on Friday evening from the provincial government. Important to say, this is not our report. This is a Government of Alberta report prepared by their consultant. And with the Government of Alberta, as we're working on the reimagined Green Line work, we have been working on the basis of confidentiality, and we have an arrangement with the province through the working group around that. When we received the report on Friday evening, we were specifically requested to consider the report confidential and limit distribution to secure city officials. So we were specifically asked that, and we received and accepted the report on Friday night on the basis that it would be kept confidential. With respect to comments about the alignment, there is an item on the agenda today that I expect we'll be getting into, and I think you'll be receiving information as part of that item. So I might just defer that to the agenda item that we have on the on Council's meeting agenda today, and perhaps turn it over to City Solicitor Flowen just around the agreement with the rationale. Thank you.
Yeah, so with respect to the rationale, I don't have any deep insight into the rationale other than what has been reported in the media. And as I understand the media article, I'm just going to read what it says here, is the minister was quoted as saying, releasing the report at this stage could compromise the fairness and competitiveness of the process, which is essential to ensuring the best outcome for taxpayers. So we've reviewed the report deeply. And our legal team's perspective is that although there is a small portion of the report that arguably is appropriate to withhold, the bulk of the report does not contain such information. And so without any further information as to their rationale, we don't share that opinion.
Thank you for that. Let's go to Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for Jim McLeod. Regarding some roads and some snow, since we've seen a little bit of it today and as of late, and we get a lot of questions about the windrows building up from our plowing. So I know I did get a really good response from Mr. Grote. You guys seem to be doing a pretty good job on the snow clearing, but could you please maybe let the public know what your protocol, how you prioritize routes, explain maybe what windrows are and responsibilities from residents yourselves, and if there's any new technology to clear them, so a bunch in there if you could respond.
Absolutely. Councillor McLean, through our winter maintenance policy, we address major winter storms on our priority basis. So we look after priority 1 and 2 routes. Windrows are managed as part of that plan. Once we're completed those major routes, we move into priority locations near schools, hospitals, care centers to remove windrows, as well as along priority 1 and 2 routes to clear crosswalks. We respond to 311 calls if there's any requests for additional services. As far as new technology, we have smaller equipment that we've purchased to be able to manage moving these windrows and making a quick work of that as part of our winter maintenance program. And if you have any constituents that have any concerns, do reach out to our office. We'd be happy to respond.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wyness, please.
Thanks. This one will probably have to be a take-back one because it involves transit and the number of full buses on the road. One of the articles this morning mentioned that drivers are disheartened about actually accurately measuring how many times their bus is full on routes, and citizens are left stranded on the side of the street. So what are we doing to accurately measure the frequency of full buses not being able to pick up citizens, and how are we getting the buses to the people that are stuck on the side of the road?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Wyness. Calgary Transit monitors any of the overloads that they have with the system and responds with a number of measures. So as far as getting you details of where we're at, there have been a number of overloads as part of the system operations, and we can get back to you with a summary on what routes are affected as part of that operation. There are other measures that are taken to be able to respond to that, as well as some route design work that is done to improve that service. So we'll provide that information at a later date. Thank you.
All right, that's our 3 questions for question period. Madam Clerk, we are moving on to confirmation of the agenda.
That's correct, Mayor Gondek.
Okay. Can I get a mover for the agenda, please? Councillor Sharp, seconded by Councillor Chabot. Madam Clerk, are there changes?
There are, Mayor Gondek. There are 2 procedural changes. The first one is with respect to an item that was forwarded from the December 11th meeting of the Infrastructure and Planning Committee. A motion was approved to forward report IP 2024-1237, which is the Bearspaw South Feeder Main Pipe Investigations finding, to today's regular meeting of Council. The motion is ready for you.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Sharp, seconded by Councillor Meehan. Great. I don't see any discussion on this item. Is there anyone opposed to this? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. And what's next?
Thank you, Mayor. The next procedural change to today's agenda is to amend it by setting item 12.2.1, that's the green line update, a verbal item, as the first item following today's consent agenda. And the motion is ready.
Okay. As we're looking for a mover, I guess I have a question on this one. Having heard that much of the report, well, all of the report is confidential, but in terms of our item and our presentation, will any of this be public, or will we be fully in closed session?
Thank you, Mayor Gondek, for the question. There will be both a public and a closed session presentation from administration. We'll be making a brief presentation in public and then suggesting that council proceed into closed session so they hear all the information, and both the public and the closed portion.
Thank you for that. And Madam Clerk, there is no need to put it into open session because the item will simply go into closed when we move to go into closed. Is that correct?
That's exactly right, Mayor Gondek. And the motion that's on the floor right now also moves it to be the first item following consent, which is within the open session portion.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'll look to Councillor Demong to move this, Councillor Chabot to second it. Thank you for that. Is there anyone opposed to this? Seeing and hearing none, that is also carried. I don't see anybody in the queue with any questions on the agenda. So on the agenda as amended, is there anyone opposed? Not seeing or hearing anyone, so that is carried. Let's go on to the minutes. Can I get a mover for the minutes, please? Councillor Chabot, seconded by Councillor Spencer. Good to go? Okay.
No errors or omissions that I saw, unless clerks found something that I missed.
We did not. Thank you, Councillor Chabot.
Thank you. Open and closed.
Perfect. Anyone opposed to the minutes as presented? Seeing and hearing none, those are carried. Can I get a mover for the consent agenda, please? Councillor Walcott, seconded by Councillor McLean. Over to you, Councillor Demong.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I would like to pull item 7.7 for a deferral, or rather a tabling motion.
Okay. And let's go, Madam Clerk, do we need to do anything yet?
Not just yet, Mayor Gondek. We will have the motions prepared for you after the consent agenda has been disposed of.
That's perfect. Thank you for that. Councillor Carra, over to you.
I'd like to pull 7.2. The Emergency Management Committee had a very important conversation with our emergency management team, and we felt that this is something that the rest of council should be privy to. So the intention of pulling it is to push it to the January agenda so that all of council can receive that update from the emergency management team.
Okay, thank you for that. So when we get to those two items, I'll look to both of you to make the appropriate motion at the time. Thank you for that. So on the consent agenda as amended, anyone opposed? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. So Madam Clerk, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll proceed with item 7.2 first. That's the status of emergency preparedness, focus on risk. Council should seek a mover and a seconder for the main motion. Once the motion's on the floor, that would be the time to make the postponement motion, Councillor Carra.
Councillor Walcott's going to move this one. Who's seconding? Councillor Carra, thank you. Okay, so do you want us to vote on this first? Okay. Can we just do?
Oh, no, sorry, no vote. The motion is on the floor. Now we can move to the postponement.
Now we're going to change it. Okay, over to you, Councillor Carra.
Yeah, I think when I pulled it, I made the argument, we have faced a significantly higher amount of days in a state of local emergency, the emergency management than ever anticipated before. Those numbers look to be going up. The emergency management team wants to walk us through what that trend line looks like and begin a conversation about how they adjust their stance so that they can adequately address what's coming at us. And it's a good conversation starter, and it's the kind of thing that all of council needs to see. So we'd like to move this to January's meeting so they can actually present that report to all of council.
Okay, so that's being moved by Councillor Carra, seconded by Councillor Walcott. Madam Clerk, do you need us to go to eScribe?
Yes, please.
All right, eScribe to vote, please.
Councillor Dhaliwal, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Let's go to item 7.7 now. Let's get the main motion up on the screen. Can I get someone to move this one, please? Councillor Dhaliwal, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Walcott. I'm now going to go to Councillor Demong.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, there's some discussions that need to be had with the participating people, and there's no urgency to have this report go through, so we're just looking to to postpone it until the March 18th regular hearing of council.
Thank you for that. That's being seconded by Councillor Chabot. Let's go to eScribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 13-1 with Councillor Spencer voting against. That takes us to item 12.2.1, correct, Madam Clerk?
That's correct, Mayor Gondek.
Okay, so we're on to item 12.2.1, which is the Green Line update. We will start in open session, and then we will look to the motion to go into closed.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. I'll lead this off with an introduction. Over the past 3 months, Council, we've been working with the Government of Alberta on plans for a reimagined Green Line. Last Friday, as you heard during question period, the Government of Alberta announced their proposal for a new Green Line alignment from 7th Avenue in the downtown to Shepherd. And the city received from the Government of Alberta a confidential copy of their consultant's report. Today, we'll provide Council with information about the Government of Alberta's proposal, our review to date, and recommendations for continuing to progress the work collaboratively. Our update, again, as you've heard already, includes both public and confidential information and will therefore provide this in both open and closed portions of the meeting, suggesting that soon after the open public presentation, Council, you move into closed session. We have Greenline and administration team members here to present and respond to questions. Wendy Tynan, Executive Director, Public Affairs, will lead the public presentation, and Gregor Nielsen, Acting Greenline Chief Executive Officer, will lead for the closed portion. And so with that, over to you, Wendy.
Thanks very much, Stuart, and good morning, Mayor and Council. Very pleased to be here today to provide you an update on the Greenline LRT and the recent announcement from the province on their new alignment for the downtown, an elevated track from the Elbow River down 10th Avenue, across the CPKC tracks, and to a downtown terminus station at 7th Avenue and 2nd Street. Next slide, please. As you know, we have presented to you a number of times over the past 6 months, and the discussion today will focus predominantly on direction from July 30th and September 17th, which included Council's criteria for a future Greenline, and of which were included as part of the Reimagine Greenline Working Group terms of reference. Next slide, please. The recommendations today are focused on the understanding that the alignment is only one component of the Reimagine Greenline, and that the working group has a number of negotiations, decisions, and commitments to work through to satisfy the due diligence behind a decision of this significance. To that end, I'm actually going to forego much of our planned presentation because the discussion that we need to have with Council will need to be enclosed given the confidentiality constraints of the provincial report. But before we move to closed, I want to highlight 2 slides as they will frame our comments in closed around the city's risk exposure and the validity and confidence of the estimate. Clerks, could you please advance to slide 10? As I referenced, the alignment is only one component of the due diligence that the city needs to undertake before making a decision on a Reimagine Greenline. The 5 areas include risk. Who holds the overall project risk? Governance. With increased ownership by the province on the project, who is providing the expert mega project oversight now that the independent Greenline board has been wound down? Funding. Without additional capacity to contribute by the city, who is the funder of last resort? The delivery model, which is how the project will be procured and delivered. And finally, the alignment. Next slide, please. With only the alignment in front of us, there remains a significant amount of work before we could confidently make a recommendation to Council. And in addition to the areas of due diligence, there are key outstanding considerations that need to be evaluated and be reflected in a new proposal. These include the absence of an Eau Claire station, the connections for future phases to the north, input from key interested parties, the impact on existing infrastructure, including +15s and parking structures. The alignment is elevated across the CPKC tracks, and so the need for a new agreement with them. The utility conflicts, given that utilities were just moved from 11th Avenue to 10th Avenue to make way for the tunnel. Land requirements for the new alignment, funding, building owner impact, including considerations under Section 534 of the Municipal Government Act. Future transit operations. What capital is required for the new alignment? And for background, there was more than $100 million in the previously approved alignment just for that alone. And finally, the Federal Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, ICIP, and their criteria, which includes delivering specific benefits, and the reality that the program concludes on March 31st, 2025, and requires new federal approval to the ICIP business case prior to that date. And so with these considerations front of mind, I will conclude my comments, and following any initial questions that we can actually answer publicly, recommend that we do move to close so that we can step Council through the specific details included or not included in the report and respond to your detailed questions there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks very much for your presentation. I know it's it's difficult to offer us anything publicly when we don't have those permissions. Before I go to the queue, I just want to level set for council. Ms. Tynan, can you advise when or if members of the City of Calgary asked to ensure that the ACOM report would be public?
Following, well, as part of the working group meetings, we had discussed what the release would be. At the meeting on Friday, we were not given an indication that the province was going to release any of the information. When we received the report on Friday evening, we were asked at that point to limit distribution and to maintain confidentiality.
Okay, and how about the terms of reference for the working group?
We did ask if those could be made public, and we were advised that because they were created within the confidential working group that they were to remain held.
Okay, and what about any questions that we have of the consultant of ACOM? Are we able to have them with us?
So we did ask if members from ACOM would join us at council today to be able to answer questions. What the province did offer was that if council had specific questions that would be best answered by ACOM, we could compile them and they would prepare written responses to return to council. So we were advised of that last night.
And do we know whether we can make those public?
I do not know that answer, Mayor.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's go to the queue. Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Tynan, thank you for this presentation. If we could get slide 10, so just one backup. I'm curious if you could editorialize in terms of an overall preparation for a major infrastructure project. When we're looking at this kind of due diligence work, what percentage of the overall work does that take up? Like, to do the due diligence work with diligence, what kind of a timeline would you suggest would be needed?
So if we just look back at the recent development phase that we'd been undertaking, that was really the process that we undertook for about 16 months to advance the design. Now, keeping in mind we started ahead of the 5% of where the downtown alignment was. But to bring on our partner, to develop the contracting strategy, to bring them on. So that part actually took about a year and a half prior to the start of the development phase. And then through the development phase, we negotiated through all of these different pieces. The board was in place at the start of those processes. So ideally, this is about a 3-year process.
Yeah, considerable work ahead of this project. Okay, that's really helpful. The province has mentioned multiple times that this is going to be a city project. Obviously, this is the work that's going to figure out to what degree, and there's a negotiation coming. I'm curious if they've given any indication that we will have a negotiation, or if it's if you're getting a sense that it's going to be terms dictated rather than terms negotiated. If you're uncomfortable answering it, that's fine, but I wanted to see if I could get your opinion on that.
I will just say that Mayor and Councillor Chabot and Councillor Demong have been doing an excellent job representing council and Calgarians on the working group, and through the terms of reference, we clearly outlined what the expectations were going forward, but speaking beyond that, I wouldn't be comfortable doing.
Thank you very much. No further questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. So, and maybe we have to discuss this in close. So perhaps the answers to the questions we're asking might not be able to get public, but I'm just maybe thinking for council that we should maybe publicly release the questions that we're asking so the public knows what we're looking for. Do we think we could do that?
I believe they're your questions, Das, so I don't foresee any issues with that.
Okay, sounds good. Can you go, sorry, Claire, can you go one slide forward? The outstanding considerations, thanks. So input from key interested parties. I'm assuming this would be both businesses and residents along 10th? Yes. And other portions of the alignment?
Correct.
Okay, and so are we able to say if the costs and the timeline indicated in the report account for that? And who would be responsible for that?
I think we could discuss that.
In closed? Okay, sure. And same thing with the consultation with CPKC, have the discussion on who is and when that might be responsible for that. And also probably questions around the costs identified. Is that for the build or the design and build? We can discuss that in closed.
Absolutely.
Okay, so these are great. All our outstanding questions. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, no, nothing further.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Thanks, Mayor. And my question is actually a process question, so I think you'll be able to answer it, which is that for folks who don't necessarily understand how these projects are done and how they're procured and how they're built, they see just a different line on paper now and kind of see that the city's proposal that was there is somehow analogous with this proposal. Can you walk through what the difference is, both in terms of design, in terms of all the work that was done for the June 30th or July 30th alignment, and kind of how this is categorically a different place? Can you help explain that for the layperson who doesn't understand these things?
Sure, I can start, and if Gregor wants to jump in. Fundamentally, the big difference between where we were at with a decision point in July was that we were at 60% design, which gave us confidence in the estimate. We had negotiated through the risk allocation, and there was confidence in where pieces were at. The new downtown alignment is only around a 5% design. So there's all of those number of steps that still need to be done. So at a high level, that's the big difference. Yes, the alignment has, air quotes, just moved one block north to be on 10th Avenue, but it's a fundamentally different project for those 2 kilometers. But I'll let Gregor speak to some of the process pieces.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say through the process of the development phase, the material changes on this alignment would be around the civil infrastructure. You know, we've gone from an underground tunnel solution now to a grade separated solution. And so to Wendy's earlier comments around the level of design development, there would also be other potential impacts on design elements. However, the predominant impact would be around the civil infrastructure and structural elements of the design.
Okay, can you comment on the utility relocation that had been done, how much was done, what this means in terms of that preparatory work?
For sure. So the city undertook the Beltline Downtown Utility Relocation Program to make way for the underground tunnel. And so we relocated over a series of 2.5 years and an investment of a few $100 million to move the utilities from 11th Avenue and 2nd Street to adjacent avenues and streets to ensure that to reduce the conflicts and reduce the overall project risk.
So does that mean that that couple $100 million of dollars, now that it's moving to 10th, is a throwaway cost?
There's a lot of work that still needs to be done to understand what the design would be and what those pieces would look like. Some of the work that was done was to install new infrastructure in the area too to support the development of the culture and entertainment district. So upgrading those utilities certainly does have value. But in terms of the specificity of what would need to be moved and pieces like that, it's preliminary to say exactly what that would fall out.
Do we know how much money was spent on design work of our underground alignment, which I assume is no longer applicable?
We do, and we'd be happy to share that with you in closed.
Okay, and then my last question is, can you just clarify once again the governance structure that we had and what we have now?
So in this interim period, Greenline now is a city business unit reporting under the COO. So prior to the end of September, Greenline had its own corporate structure reporting to an independent board and then up to the executive committee of council 4 times a year.
Okay, and the Greenline CEO?
So Gregor is our acting Greenline CEO, and so that is still our internal decision making, and our delegation of authority has held within the project team.
Okay, so people are sometimes confused because when the city wound down the project, they were like, but the Greenline's still going, we're still talking about it. And so they believe that we're being hyperbolic about what we shut down in September. And so can you just clarify that?
For sure. So in September, when the province withdrew their funding for Greenline on September the 3rd, that really precipitated the need for council to wind down the phase 1 project, and there was no capacity to then fund the project. As the funding was restored by the province on October the 10th, and there was an agreement reached through the working group to continue to advance design and hold the LRV contract. That is the work that has been underway, but it's not getting ready for the previous alignment, which is what we had been doing and stuff. It's ensuring that if there is an agreement, the design has continued to advance, and that we have been doing some preliminary work to ensure that we could start some construction in 2025 if there was approval. But fundamentally, there are different projects and different teams involved right now.
Okay, so what was wound down was the program, that was the underground alignment, the contracts related to that, the staffing related to that, and then there would need to be standing up of some type of other team to deliver that in the event that we could come to an agreement.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you very much. And before I go to Councillor Sharp, I'm just going to add, it might not be a bad idea for people who want their questions to be taken forward by administration to the provincial government. If you could maybe just draft up your questions and into an email, and let's send them to the clerk, and we'll make sure that that forms part of the decision that we make today. Madam Clerk, is that acceptable to your team?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Sharp, thanks for your patience.
Yeah, no worries. I have some timeline questions. Most of my colleagues asked the other ones. So I need you to walk me through this. I feel like I get my updates through the Calgary Herald.
Us too.
I need to ask you some pointed questions. You're on the working group, and feel free, anyone, to jump in if it can't be you, Ms. Tynan. I don't want to put you in a spot. Timeline. Okay, so let's work backwards. Press release came out Friday morning. You guys were, we all received the report Friday night. At what point did you meet with the province last week?
We met with them at 7 a.m. on Friday morning, and the article came out just before 8 o'clock, around 7:45, announcing the alignment.
No prior meeting to that 7 a.m. meeting on Friday?
Correct.
Okay, and
at the working group level, at the administration level, we've been in constant conversation with the province.
Okay, so like the working group, those that can, I guess, have a vote, not vote.
Correct. That was 7 a.m. on Friday.
The councillors and the mayor. Okay, cool. Right after all that happened and the report came through, I'm assuming that you got sent the report, distributed it to all members of council. Was there a reach out to the province to have a discussion before yesterday?
To discuss the report?
The working group.
We had a request in at the administration level to have a more urgent working group meeting, but not at the working group piece. They were still sorting out the next dates.
Okay, so the...
Councillor Sharp, I can add to that.
Yeah, so I just want to say administration had asked for an urgent meeting. Did you have that meeting?
No, we have not.
Okay, so then Mayor Gondek, the working group, did you ask for a meeting with the province?
Yeah, so that 7 a.m. meeting that we had on Friday,
yeah,
one of the outcomes of that was us saying, you know, we will take this to our council colleagues on Tuesday, and we should reconvene as a working group shortly after that. That was our request.
Okay, do we have that meeting scheduled yet after today?
I think it's in process.
Yeah.
Okay, so no conversation with the province has happened since 7 a.m. or press conference, whatever, on Friday at this point?
Correct.
Radio silence.
I did have a text exchange with Minister Dreeshen at about, I can tell you exactly when it was.
I just need to, I think we need to have clarity and transparency for the public.
So on Friday at 2:48, I indicated, good afternoon, Minister. I know your days are busy. Just wanted to ensure that you're aware we still do not have the ACOM report or the financial summary. He apologized and said it's taking longer than he thought. And then at 8:19 p.m., I got a message from Minister saying, what is the best address to send the report to? I indicated that Ms. Tynan's address would be the best.
Okay, so there's been no sit down again with the province prior to us reconvening today?
Nope.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Similar to Councillor Sharp, the working group consists of members of council, the mayor, Councillor Chabot, Councillor DeVong, the two of you. Anybody else?
The city COO is on it, the city CAO, Les, I believe you are, the CFO is on. I'm trying to think of who's actually on. The actual members are only the political members, with Michael Thompson as GM of Infrastructure and the Deputy Minister Bryce Stewart of Transportation and Economic Corridors, but there is administrative support that is included in it. But the actual membership are the 3 electeds on both sides, plus the DM, plus Michael.
Okay.
Plus the Assistant Deputy Minister in Transportation. I was just looking at the list.
Yeah.
Thank you. So again, on Friday, we hear media. Friday night, we get a confidential report. We hear information, which we'll talk about in close. My question is, how much did we disclose to them relative to the work that's been done to date? In particular, the question is around, we've done a lot of engagement over the last 3 years. We've spoken to business, we've spoken to communities, we've spoken to individuals. How much did we disclose to them before they provided to us?
Yeah, we held a series of meetings between provincial administration and AECOM representatives sharing historical work that had been done in the downtown alignment. We also asked a series of questions as information came forth to make sure they fully understood the impacts of their considerations.
And in terms of some of the commercial information, and you don't have to go too deep, how much of the commercial information did we share with them so that to back up the information they've got?
We didn't share any commercial information with them. We shared planning and asked questions around costing that they might want to consider, whether components of costing have been included in their assessment.
Okay. Now, in terms of again, engaging them, were there others outside the working group? In other words, were there people from industry, people from the business community, people from communities, any special interest groups engaged in the working group conversation or speaking directly with the province?
Not within the working group, but the province and through AECOM did hold a meeting, 2 separate meetings actually, with representatives from BOMA, NAOP, the Calgary Downtown Association, the Calgary Construction Association. Outside of that, I've heard anecdotally that they met with a number of interested parties on their own, but that was the only meetings that were facilitated and connected in through the city.
Okay. In terms of community members that we've engaged with, community associations, BIAs, were any of them consulted?
Not by the province, to our knowledge.
Okay.
And I'll just add something there, Councillor Wong. We don't know.
Fair.
From what we know, no, but we can't answer that question.
Fair. Yeah, and the point of the question is just so we can get a baseline of where they're drawing their information from relative to what we've done. So we'll have that conversation in close. Thank you. I guess, I think you've already answered the question. That was what we heard reports that we've done over the years from communities. Was that shared with them?
I believe they had access to all of the previous engagement reports, but I'd be happy to double check exactly what materials were sent through. Some of our city colleagues facilitated some of the more direct information exchange of historical documents, but it was all available to them. They're all available on our website too. It's public information.
Okay. Just last question. Speaking of the downtown area, which is the most up in the air sort of alignment, I've heard from our community in Eau Claire, in Chinatown, and East Village, that how it directly affects them. Do you know if those communities or those cultural groups were engaged?
I do not know that answer.
Okay, thank you. That was it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks, guys. Wendy, maybe a question. We've got lots to digest here, and we'll do lots of talking. Maybe not lots today and closed. Significant changes downtown. My question is, what about going south? Because we had shortened it to Linwood Milliken. Original plan was Shepherd. Now we're going back to Shepherd, or this is what this suggests. Is that alignment staying completely the same then from what was proposed earlier with us? Do we have alignment there between us, AECON, and the province?
Yes.
All I needed to know. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Kura.
Yeah, my question is just a follow-up to the line of questioning from Councillor Sharp. The working group meeting, 7 a.m., the Rick Bell article released shortly after that. Did the province let the working group know that Rick Bell would be informing the public of what you were just learning about moments before?
No.
Is that kind of comms strategy addressed in the terms of reference of the working group?
I can't share all the details of the terms of reference.
But you were surprised to see what you had just discussed with the province in the media?
Yes.
Minister of Truth, Rick Bell.
Councillor Carra, I will add one thing. It has been practice with this working group to issue a joint statement on matters that are significant to the public. Early October, Minister Drisha and I released a public statement about the work that was being done. At that point, the provincial government had put out their own statement in advance of us reviewing it, and it was another quick message to Minister to say, hold on, this is not the right version, this is not the joint statement. It was immediately removed from the website, and then we issued the proper joint statement. So our practice and our understanding has been that we would jointly release information that was important to the public. None of the members of council had any idea that an article was going out that day. We certainly didn't know that they would be issuing a press release that talks about savings and timelines. We had no idea any of that was going out. We found out when you did.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Yeah, before I ask a question, I just want to add to the statement then that I wouldn't say no member of council knew, but no one on the working group knew. Sorry. Question, in light of the recent changes at the federal level, have we entertained the idea of having a discussion with whoever's going to take over the new portfolio for Mr. Fraser about a potential extension of that deadline? Because obviously there's going to be a new minister taking over that responsibility. Is that?
So Councillor Chabot, we did inquire in June when we had meetings in Ottawa prior to the July 30th approval to ask about timelines around the program. Unfortunately, there is not an option for them to extend the timeline because they have a new program for transit funding that begins immediately after, which is the Permanent Transit Fund. And so our last window to retain the 1.53 commitment from the feds out of this existing fund that's been there is to have it approved by March 31st, and that was made clear. And we met with the Prime Minister's office, as the Minister of Finance office, and Minister of Housing and Community. Appreciate many of them are changing right now, but from an overall program standpoint, it does end.
Yeah, okay. And then the Permanent Transit Fund would be for anything beyond the scope of this and potentially.
Correct. What they did share with us is that you can't stack the projects and stack the funding. So at the time, they were willing to consider if we needed to change the construction phasing of the project, that different segments of the project could qualify as a new project under PTIF. But right now, it really is just this current alignment from Shepherd into the downtown.
I'm not sure if you can share your opinion on this or not, but insofar as what you perceive the benefit will be of this new proposed alignment, do you think it will meet the terms of reference of the federal funding?
There are a number of different conditions for ISIP, ridership, environmental benefits, quality of life, economic considerations. So as we dig deeper into what the actual new proposal will be, we'd be happy to come back and outline how it would meet the ISIP funding criteria.
Okay. I'm going to reserve the rest of my questions for in camera. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Thaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My first question is there a timeline given to this council to make a decision by a certain date, month, whatever?
We need to have a recommendation in front of council, and if it was approved, have time for it to go to the province to have them approve it with a new ISIP business case, and then the province to approve and get it to the federal government to approve all by March 31st. So we're not prescribing a specific date to council, as there is a number, as I ran through, a number of items that do need to be negotiated and determined prior to us having confidence to bring back a recommendation, but it is a very condensed timeline overall.
So your original green line, this is a material change in your opinion, right? A material big change.
Yes.
And when previous green line, anytime there was a material change, did we go to Calgarians to listen to them, what they feel about changes in the scope, especially alignment?
Yes. Prior to changes in 2020, there was additional engagement undertaken in 2020 and 2021 prior to the previous green line approval.
So every time there was an alignment change, we did go to the residents. And when you guys were in the working group on Friday morning, whatever, was there ever a discussion about that this is a material change, pretty much changing the whole scope of the project, in my opinion, that we need some time for engagement with Calgarians? Was that ever mentioned?
We did not discuss that.
Okay. At the request of the province, all the technical data, drawings, calculations, whatever, was it all available for them to review, AECOM or whoever at the province, if they were looking for something?
I would say that we didn't share all technical drawings. We shared planning documents, overlays, etc., other alignments that were considered as part of previous reviews, and asked questions.
But any information that could be legally provided was available for the province to review.
I've just asked Rizwan Hussain, who's our Executive Director of Construction Design, who was directly involved.
Good morning. We did provide all the previous reports, all the engineering drawings. The 60% design drawings were also shared with the province as part of this exercise.
Okay, so everything legally that could be provided is
okay. We answered all their questions.
That's what I was looking for. Yeah. No, great. Okay. In your professional opinion, what are we going to discuss in camera? Are we discussing that crayon green line and 3 white dots when Calgarians don't even know what they are? Or we just ask the province to put some information out there for Calgarians so we can discuss that so they know what we are discussing? I don't know what we're going to go in camera and say, okay, that's a nice green line. Yeah, that's those nice 3 white spots. Calgarians don't know anything.
Councillor Dhaliwal, we've received some, as you know, we've received confidential information. We have been reviewing that information. That has been the significant focus between 10 p.m. on Friday evening and this morning. And we are going into closed to not only provide you with a summary of that information, but provide you with what work we have been able to do to review it between Friday night and this morning.
No, I understand. I have read that report, page by page, line by line. But Calgarians don't know what we are hearing since this got put out there. They want to understand what is happening here. It's a big material change, and you just can't turn a blind eye, and province expect us to make a decision just because they feel they have thrown the ball in our court, because this is not even a ball, this is not even a puck, this is like a little ping pong ball.
We certainly agree, Councillor Dhaliwal, that as much information we would like to be able to provide to the public as we possibly can.
Great, thank you. That's it for me, Mayor.
And Councillor Dhaliwal, just to address your question specifically, we did indicate at that Friday morning meeting, I remember looking at the clock and saying, it's 7:38. I've had 38 minutes to digest everything you're telling me. I don't have a report in front of me. You are not going to get a decision from council on Tuesday.
Yes, and I read the report, which we cannot make public, and we talk often here about transparency. This is secrecy. This is a big secrecy where we cannot tell residents what we are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Demong.
So, as one of the only councillors here that's actually gone through every twist and turn of these tracks, I remember quite clearly when we were discussing in 18, 19, when we were talking about the elevated track, one of the concerns we had was for the impact on the assessed value of the buildings downtown. Ms. Flown, can you or someone else tell me, Now that it's not specifically our alignment that's being proposed and that the province has put this alignment forward, if and when there are going to be lawsuits with regards to building assessment values, would we, as being has always been the last funder of last resort, but now that this is a new alignment that the province has proposed, would we be the only ones being sued for those kind of property values?
So generally speaking, the kind of claim that you're referring to is a Section 534 claim under the Municipal Government Act. The way that legislation is written is that it would be a claim against the city. We do have a statutory obligation to notify all of adjacent landowners of the completion of the project, and then there's a process and time period within which claims can be filed. So without legislative change, I anticipate that's what the scenario would be. These are some of the very deep issues that we need to discuss with the province.
With regards to the private property adjustments that are being proposed, no, that would still come to the city. Okay, thank you, Jim. Ms. Flowen, appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wyness.
Thanks. Is it possible for us to reject their alternative and go back to our original? And how would that, I mean, this may be an in-camera question.
At this point, our understanding is that this is the alignment that the province would like built.
Okay, and they never consulted anyone, as I can see. Okay, I'll ask more questions in camera.
To your question specifically, Councillor Wyness, it is possible for council to make a recommendation that we go back to what we saw in July. But the letter that we received on September 3rd from the provincial government, they would need to either rescind it or revisit it in some way, because it indicates that they have withdrawn their funding for any alignment with a tunnel. So there would be work to do. Okay. I don't see anybody else in the queue. I have a couple of questions. Ms. Flowen, so would we require indemnification from the province if this alignment was to move forward so that we wouldn't be responsible?
So that's another important issue that we would need to discuss with the province. And given the legislation, it's not possible for the province to indemnify the city. So there would be a requirement for some complicated and unique contractual arrangements if in fact we could even reach that outcome, or a change in the legislation.
Okay. Perhaps, Ms. Tynan, you can answer this. I don't know if you can, but it's worth an ask.
We'll see.
We were at about 60% design when we went forward in July, correct?
Yes, correct.
What's the percent design on what we just got?
It's around 5% for the downtown.
What does that mean in terms of plus or minus dollars?
I will turn it over to the engineer to actually answer that.
I would say anytime you have a low level of design, the variability on a cost estimate is much higher. I would say in typical on this type of work, any estimate would be a rough order of magnitude, which industry guidelines is around -50 to plus 100% cost variability at this level of design development.
Okay. And what were we at 60%?
We would classify that as a class 2 to 3. Different elements of the design were there. Typically, that would be a tighter range in the -15 to +15 range.
I don't know if you can answer that. I can ask it. I don't know if you can answer it. Do we have thorough financials on this project?
When you mean financials, Mayor, do you mean around the cost estimate?
Yes.
I would say that's a discussion we have in closed.
Okay. I know we've got something skinny. Do we have anything more than what council has seen? Do you have anything that we haven't seen?
No.
Okay. All right. I will stop there before I get myself into trouble. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so let's maybe bring up the motion to go into closed session, Madam Clerk.
It's ready, Mayor.
Right, it's up. We're going to get it moved by Councillor Penner, seconded by Councillor Wong. I'll ask you to go to eScribe to vote, please.
Councillor Wong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Spencer, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondokal, the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. We'll go into closed session.
The regular meeting of council will be resuming in public meeting shortly. Please make your way back.
Hi, everybody. We are back into open session. Madam Clerk, could we do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Carra.
Here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Demong.
Present.
Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
I'm here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
Here.
Councillor Wong.
Here.
Councillor Wyness. And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So we will rise and report. That's being moved by Councillor Penner and seconded by Councillor Sharp. Anyone opposed to rising and reporting? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. Let's go on to the item, which is 12.2.1. This was initially moved by Councillor Chabot and seconded by Councillor Demong. We didn't really do any kind of an open or anything on it. Councillor Chabot?
Yeah, so there's a number of recommendations before you. We had a very robust discussion and decided to rise and report with a number of proposed amendments. I believe that there's
Councillor
what's
Chabot,
being proposed
you're
in camera.
moving the main?
The main motion? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, so thanks. I want to thank administration for the report that they provided, even though a lot of the information that it's based on is still confidential. Of course, members of council were privy to the report and it did provide us with ample opportunity for discussion of the in-camera motion, but happy to move the recommendations that are here and then we'll deal with the other items after this.
Thank you very much. Seconded.
And expected. There are significant amendments that were discussed that I'd like to table, so I'll wait till it's on the screen. Perfect, thank you. First, I guess my gratitude is to the administration team who spent the last 3 days going through every single page of these documents that we've received late Friday to get us to a point where we can have the discussion that we were able to have today. But the great challenge of it, of course, is that so much of it was enclosed. And one of the things that this council and the public has been subjected to is selective releases of information by the province to drive a narrative that until we get into spaces like this, we don't have the authority to actually talk about because it's still confidential. And so much of this work that has been presented to us on screen here is about council helping and directing administration to get some information out into the public so that we can tell our side of the story. And it's important to tell our side of the story because what's been presented to us is effectively the province demanding us to just do what they say and at the same time foot the bill. And I don't say that because that's what's in the report. I say that that's because that is what the minister and the premier have told us, is that we're going to tell you exactly what to do, you're going to pay for it, and we're not putting up another dime. The reality is that's a bad faith negotiation, and so what we actually need to make sure that we have from this is good faith negotiations, because we are so committed to the green line that even when we're slapped in the face, we're not going to leave the table. Because this isn't about who's swinging a bigger stick. This is about actually making sure that the city of Calgary gets its money's worth for the green line, and we won't walk away. And at the same time, we're not going to hide behind confidentiality when we have the opportunity and the legal advice to make as much information as possible public so that the citizens of this city can really understand that we are doing everything in our power to negotiate in good faith, even if we have a bad faith partner. This keeping us at the table is what many of my colleagues want, but overall, to accept this report and the recommendations, you either do that or you adhere to the ultimatums given to us by the province. And if we find ourselves in a space where we want to be weak because of statements made in the media, then we don't deserve these seats, because our job is to be stewards of this city and stewards of this city's money. So do not be weak, do not display weakness, display strength. Vote for these amendments, and let's not accept a bad deal.
Okay, a seconder for this, please. Councillor Meehan. Let's go to Councillor Penner.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Councillor Walcott and Meehan for moving this, but for the really robust conversation to everyone that we had in closed. I think that we are committed to delivering on a green line. I think that remains true of council. I think that we're not committed unanimously to delivering a green line that comes at the cost and the risk and the expense that we are seeing and that we know to be true. I suspect that some of my colleagues are going to vote against some of these recommendations and that they are worried about the repercussions from the provincial government. And I think it is time we stop operating from a fear-based, scarcity-based mindset. We are building a vision for a better Calgary. We need to stay strong in what that is, and that means standing up for what we know to be true. We have stood behind facts and principles throughout this project, and the province continues to kick us, lie, and say that they know better when they factually do not. I would hope that no one pulls any of these recommendations and votes against them, because what that sends a signal to the province is that they're right and we're wrong. And that's not the truth. And we have said it time and time again. And I sincerely hope when this gets passed and then we can discuss that number, that we can go back to the conversations that we had in September and say to the public, we told you so. We told you so, that the province was messing with this project and you weren't going to get something better. You weren't going to get something cheaper. So I look forward to being able to say that a little bit later today.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Yeah, no, very good discussion around this this very important matter. And my only reason for standing to speak to the amendments is because of recommendation number 3. While we did receive a report from administration identifying very specific items and rationale around their findings, I think personally, I think council should be defending those numbers as to whether or not we support them. I don't think we should fall back on administration. Having said that, I don't have a problem with administration releasing the numbers. I just honestly think it should be council that stands behind the numbers and releasing them rather than asking our administration to do so. So not sure how I'm going to vote on it, but would ask you to at least call number 3 separately so I can at least consider the opportunity if and when the item is closed.
Thank you. To Councillor McLean, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Again, to me, this comes down to if I had a choice between we're going to build a green line or we're not going to build a green line. After all these years, after all this time, after all this money being spent, I'd pick, yeah, let's go with the green line. The province has showed us a new alignment. They didn't like our alignment that was tunneling downtown to Linwood Milliken, so they said we're going to go way deep from this deep south, where a lot of people are shepherd, to downtown. It includes some elevated portions, but to be honest, I can live with that. I think Calgarians can look at this and say, you know what, we're actually getting something. We're getting from down deep south to downtown. And if we go with this now and we make demands, and just because we're right or we're smart or we know it, the province still holds the cards here. They are in charge of this, and they have been clear in no uncertain terms that they're not going to pick up any extra risk. They're not going to spend any money. They said, here's the report. Do you guys want to build this or not? So if you want to pick a fight with the province and say we're right, and this could collapse after all these years and all this money, you can do so. I think there's still some room to negotiate. I would like to see us get started in the south, work our way downtown. So I will be pulling for to vote against it because it's simply picking a fight. And number 3 is also just more or less saying, again, I'll agree with what Councillor Chabot said, that is actually asking administration to do things that maybe aren't required. So most of this is really good, but I will be pulling for. I don't want to see it die. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. As a councillor for the downtown area and one who represents also Calgary North, green lines are very important to the people of Ward 7. At the same time, though, not just for Ward 7, but all Calgarians, I think they want a green line that's based upon understanding of facts, evidence, and truth. And that is, I think you've heard conversations earlier about, what the provincial report delivered us. There remains a lot of unanswered questions, but we're never going to surface the answer unless we can continue to have a conversation. So when we take a look at the recommendation number 4 there, about establishing a commitment to have that conversation, that allows us to get get forward in another direction, and that is getting to a direction where we can say yes, we've got something that we can actually work with. In doing that, though, we also have to acknowledge that we don't operate independently. We operate as partners. The federal government, the provincial government, and the municipal government, but also council operates as partners with our constituents, our businesses, and industry. And in doing that, I think this allows us to further that conversation, move us a little further, and again, we're going to cross some more bridges where they might be a little more rickety, but at least we're moving forward. So I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carra, please.
To debate some of the comments from some of my colleagues. Councillor Chabot, Councillor McLean have suggested that it is not administration's place to put out facts and figures. Well, we know that the province has not been listening to its administration and has been way out in front, making political decisions, flying in the face of their administration, catching them off guard. And in fact, I think it is tantamount to good governance to listen to the experts who we pay to be our experts and to give them space to share their expertise with the public. So I am absolutely in support of doing exactly that. To debate, Councillor McLean, you said that the minister didn't like our alignment. Absolutely did not. He said all kinds of wild things, like it was drawn with a crayon. And instead, they give us an alignment that was much more of a rough sketch and is completely off. They're out in community saying they've saved $1 billion and they're getting more. And that's factually incorrect. And testimony and facts from our administration will prove that out. Councillor McLean said that the province is in charge. No, they're junior funding partners. And they have not only not lived up to the commitments they've made, but they've withdrawn funding and they've lied. That doesn't make them in charge. It just makes them bad faith partners who you can't trust. So I think it's tantamount to good governance to put the actual facts and figures out there, and I look forward to those hitting. And I cannot imagine why any member of this council would vote against that, and I can't imagine why any member of this council, as fiduciary stewards of this corporation, would not support the request that, since this is the alignment they'd prefer, that they share in the risks associated with what they've created. I look forward to seeing who votes what, but I know that the people who have the City of Calgary's back and the citizens' back and actually want to get something built that can actually be built will support these recommendations.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor. This is incredibly sad. We're caught in this Groundhog Day on a project that likely should be cause for a whole bunch of celebration within our community, and we are stuck in a really rough spot. 10 years of due diligence, good governance, decision-making is being supplanted by 6 months and a pressure cooker and a barrel. In the middle of all of that, though, we do have assets. We have fruits of labor that are the collective legacy of this long-form conversation and the work and the money we've already invested. And what it's left us is with a downtown reimagined alignment that's at 5% design. And we have a southeast alignment that's at 60% design, or even further along, because that's the only leg of this project that currently has council permission to continue to move forward. I worry that politics will win the day. That is my deep worry. For the city of Calgary, for the constituents, everyone who lives here in this place and calls it home, that is my worry. I do believe that there's an opportunity for us to move forward. I do not believe with my colleagues that would say that what is before us and on the screen makes it so we can't move forward. If anything, it's the exact opposite. It's what we need to move forward. We need to start conversations that allow us to go through all of the components of a massive infrastructure project, all of the pieces that are past the alignment and past get into the nitty-gritty. That's where we need to get, and we need to get there awfully quick if we're going to meet timelines. But we have two very different conversations. So, province of Alberta, please come to the table. Let's have a good faith conversation about the risks involved, the capacity of this organization to deliver, the help that we will be needing because everything has fundamentally shifted. Let's deliver some track. Let's get it on the ground. That's my appeal. That's what is meant to be wrapped up in this amendment, is to advocate for ourselves and to make as best an appeal for good faith conversation that leads us to wins and to outcomes instead of to an endless political churn. So sure hope my colleagues can support all of this because that's what it is meant for.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chu.
Thank you, Worship. And I have been advocating for Ward 4, and especially on this Green Line issue. Do I like the way it is proposed? No. I still believe that Center Street North, the North Central North line, should be the one go first. We're doing the debate years ago, and we said that Center Street line is the only line in the city, route in the city that actually makes money for the city at that time. So I think we should go first. However, since this is basically a done deal, the south will go first, but with the door open to going north. So I will be supporting this, and I will continue to support Green Line. And as number 3 and number 4 here, okay, it's no secret that many council members continuously point a finger at the province, nonstop, all the time. What do you think people are going to do? And a lot of stuff we did, a lot of those acts could be done behind the scene. And that just reach out to them. There's many ways to get it wrong. You know, if it doesn't work this way, other way well. And there's a few council members that actually know quite a few people there, and we can get it done. And I would argue number 3 is actually made up based on emotion. And it's almost like gotcha moment, you know, because we know better than you. And then I could be careful here, the city solicitor, I don't want to say anything was being said in camera, is that we only will give out the final number, just the number, their number, our number, and the differences, they call the gap, without any explanation. If we keep going that way, you think our rating is deadly low? Think again. We're going to lose trust again. I would tell you this, but I don't tell you the reason. No details. Now it's going to look so bad. We think we got you, the province. No, it's coming back because the 4th finger is going to point at yourself when you have 1 finger pointing at them. And I think it's totally pointless. And I would not support number 3 or number 4. Again, I will always advocating for Ward 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I wouldn't be doing my job if I just didn't say that this file is a bit of a mess right now. And the back and forth, the media has really irked me. And I'm to the point where we just came out here, not even, 25 minutes ago, and there's already a mayor calling an urgent meeting with the premier. So, this has to stop, and I hope it does stop here today. And I'm not going to continue pointing fingers, but there's a lot of blame to go around on everybody around this file. But here we are. This project has been talked about for a decade, and not an inch of track has been built on it. And we've had a numerous amount of people vote on it, not vote on it, and administration working hard on it. We have a funding partner who has told us in no uncertain terms they are not paying for an underground tunnel downtown. So I hope no one on this council still thinks that's an option. I do support the new draft alignment. That being said, I don't think the province's plan is actually ready for prime time. There are a lot of questions and issues that still need some clarity. There needs to be more transparency and conversations with each other, engagements with residents and local business communities that are actually going to be affected by this new alignment, greater refinement on the costs and assignments to the same funding partners, that's us. There needs to be other points to discuss, and I'm hoping that the working group, council and the province are open to working together. Moving forward, I think the city needs to take a little bit of control, and that's us. Engage with your interested parties, including the businesses in your wards, residents and transit users. I do have to say one thing. I really hope we're not writing a press release to say, I hope I get to say I told you so, because Calgarians are really not into that. I told you so. They want to hear us say, I'm listening, I'm open to all options, and I'm working with all partners to deliver what's right for the city. Thank you, Councillor Chabot, for pulling number 3. I actually have a really big problem with this one, more than anything up there. I'm voting against number 3 because I don't stand behind administration. I'm in front leading. And any member of council can whip up a press release, so do it. Don't make them do it for you. And number 4, I'll support it. Conduct a thorough analysis on risk, ensure fiscal responsibility is done, negotiate in good faith, and potentially advocate to other orders of government for any increased funding. So with that, happy to support what's in front of us, and clerks, if we could call number 3 separately.
Thank you. We're actually going to be calling 3 and 4 separately. It's been mentioned. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, I think nobody's saying that we're rejecting the alignment or that we're not working in good faith. We're actually very much outlining under what circumstances we continue to go forward. So this doesn't say we wouldn't accept the alignment. It just says that the city cannot shoulder all of the risk of a downtown alignment that is at 5% design that they imposed on us when what we had before was 60% design. So we were always holding 100% of the risk on something that we had substantially more certainty on. So to now ask us to take that same level of risk with significantly less certainty is not financially responsible. And so I don't understand anyone who is going to stand here and say that we shouldn't ask to have that conversation. So voting against 4 doesn't make any sense to me. We also cannot know truly the numbers to get to 60% design in the timelines that we have. And so if our provincial partner is not willing to partner on what they created, it significantly impacts our ability to deliver anything. And they have to know that, that is the reality of the situation. I will also say that anything that's being released in number 3 is not anything that hasn't been discussed before in the wind down costs. This is not new information, but I think it's important that the city is able to give their analysis of the provincial alignment to show people the delta that we have and what we're dealing with. Councillor Sharp, I don't see how the city can take control, because I think what we've learned through this is that if you have a funding partner who can just pull their funding and you don't have full control over that, which we just don't, there's nothing that we can do but continue to try and work with them. And so I just reject that. And the other thing I will just say is that Calgarians are not going to dig into the details, but they do see that this council stood united on an arena that served very rich people in the city. And if you're not going to support this, people, it's not left and right. I love that people like to think that this has anything to do with left and right. It's up and down, and people will know who you work for if you don't support this.
Thank you very much. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I'm just going to make a couple of points. Council, we have a fiduciary responsibility to Calgarians and to this corporation. And for those of you who don't know exactly what that means, it is, quote, the legal responsibility to act solely in the best interest of another party. We are elected to represent the best interest of this corporation and the people that we serve. Calgarians. So you absolutely have a responsibility to support point number 4. Point number 4 is you exercising your fiduciary duty to de-risk the city and its taxpayers. It is absolutely your obligation to make sure that the risk we are taking on this project, whether it has to do with financial overruns, whether it has to do with compensation by impacted parties, it is your job to make sure that you are sharing that risk or passing that risk to the party that is responsible for this project. There was a question about number 3 as well. And Councillor Chabot, you indicated that perhaps it should be something that's done politically. My perspective is that if there are facts that need to get to the public, it's better if it's not done politically. It's better if we have an administration that's able to release numbers that we know to be rooted in fact, so that the public can see those. And this is all in the interest of transparency. We're making sure that the public has the information they need to understand what kind of a point we are at. And for those who are saying we're picking a fight, it's actually not picking a fight, it's advocacy. It's what we're supposed to be doing. And to those members of council who are saying province has already made up their mind, they've said they won't share the risk. Well, the province made up their mind in July and issued a letter to us and said, we support your alignment. And then they reversed course. And then on September 3rd, the province made a decision to withdraw their funding and not support the Green Line. And then they reversed course. We got them back to the table. We have been able to re-engage with this government at all kinds of points in time and get them back towards a negotiation. This simply spells out for the public and for all of us what we are going to do when we get back to that negotiation table. So I do hope you'll support this in the interest of transparency and your fiduciary duty. No one else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. When I describe voting against this as weak, I say it because no one's going to remember what your reasons are. The public doesn't care that you stand here and you say, well, it shouldn't be administration, right? Like they don't care. What they'll remember is that when transparency was on the table in a direct motion to release facts, you said no. They're also going to remember that in July, when the Green Line was on the table for us to move forward and get tracks in the ground, as Councillor Spencer says, about how that's the most important thing, and how Councillor McLean says that we just need to start building what we can build, you still said no, right? Like, when the hard decision's in front of us, we find ways to say no. And that's why I say no one's going to care. Because what they'll remember in the history books is something simple, is that when the decision was in front of this council, you either voted yes or no, and it exists or it doesn't exist, and we are either broke or okay and financially stable based on the decisions that we make in this chamber, regardless of your rationale. Release your blog posts, tweet away. But you cannot provide the information to the public that they demand of us unless we allow administration to release the appropriate information. That's number 3. But number 4 is about staying at the table and not accepting that we're in a weak position when we're supposed to fund half of this project, if not more, by the end of this in its current state. You're the majority funder. Act like it. Now, I know that that doesn't mean you have full control, because anytime we're in a partnership with anyone who's bad faith, it's hard to be in that position. But what we're forgetting is that we have 2 dance partners, and the federal government has told us that they will not do what the province wants us to do, and the province has told us they will not do what we want to do. And so what needs to happen is to sit back at the table and say, if we actually all believe that the Green Line needs to be built, deserves to be built for Calgarians based on the evidence that is in front of us, then you vote. But at the same time, in our fiduciary responsibility to this city, you also have a responsibility to the people that work at this city and the way that people trust in government by actually sharing the facts that are available to us. We have a partner that is releasing statements anytime they want with no evidence, and our urge to be the professional golden child in this relationship has left us so vulnerable that nobody trusts us. I'm not saying fight. I'm simply saying stand your ground. Let the information get out there and let the public be informed so that when we make this decision, it's not one where we were hiding behind the mommy-daddy relationship that looks down upon cities. So please vote for this, because we don't have time to play anymore.
Thank you. We're going to go to eScribe to vote in just a minute. Madam Clerk, would you like to do number 3 and then number 4 and then the rest?
Yes, Mayor Gondek, that's how we've prepared it.
Okay, and so we're voting on the amendment, but we're breaking out pieces of it. So there you go. There is number 3. Please go to eScribe.
Councillor Wong, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 10-4 with Councillors McLean, Chu, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. Next, we will go to point number 4. And there it is before you. Please go to eScribe to vote.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 12-2 with Councillors McLean and Chu voting against. And let's go to the rest of the points that were in the amendment. Those are before you. Please go to eScribe to vote.
Councillor Penner, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? Those ones are carried unanimously. We are back to the main, Madam Clerk, is that correct?
To the main
as amended. Okay, so back to the main as amended. Is there anyone with any questions or debate?
I just like number 3 called separately.
Okay. So we have a request to have number 3 called separately. Number 4? Okay. All right, we'll make sure that the clerk is able to get those broken apart. Let's go to Councillor McLean for debate.
Yeah, the only debate, I want to just kind of end up, we all want to have a green line. And I know it's our fiduciary responsibility to represent the city first. And my just direct response to that is if this dies, and for some reason our demands to the province, I know there's some around council here are voting yes for this just because they think the province will say no, and it dies. There is some people out there that say it's enough. We've spent too much money. This is a lot of money. That's my fiduciary responsibility, is to the citizens of Calgary. If we've spent this much money already, and we've got an alignment that was proposed from the province that does go from the deep south to downtown, and we somehow jeopardize that, and all is thrown away, then our fiduciary responsibility, we have lacked and betrayed our citizens. So that's my only concern, is that we could lose a deal that we spent all this time back and forth by. We have a deal on the table. It's not the worst thing in the world. That's actually again, there's an argument to be made that it's actually could be better. So to me, I'm just in response to that I would like 3 and 4 still pulled, and I feel that I am doing my duty by voting no.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
I'll only say that I wish that council did its duty in July as a unanimous body, because for some reason something's changed. In July, when we had the same types of decisions about getting tracks in the ground and taking the deal that's in front of us, let's not forget, for the record, who voted no to that one but is only voting yes to this one because it's coming from Minister Dreeshen and Danielle Smith.
Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, I'll just clarify again, nothing in what we have said here is saying that we won't proceed with the alignment. It's simply saying that if we're restarting this entire process on the downtown because of something that was imposed by a funding partner, which we have very little information on, we have to discuss the sharing of that risk, because we cannot deliver that without them being a true partner. And I just mind boggled on the mental gymnastics that some people are doing to make themselves look like they're champions of the green line, and that they're champions of transparency, or they're champions of fiscal responsibility. Like, people who are paying attention can see right through it.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. I will go back to Councillor Chabot to close.
Thank you. Well, I'm not going to try and point fingers at others for decisions they made in the past. I will point out to a couple of things that Council gave direction to as part of the recommendations that are before us. On September 17, 2024, Council provided some direction as to how to move forward with the Green Line, some of the things that they wanted us to commit to as part of the negotiations with the government. And the government actually has come forward with many of the recommendations that were part of that, including connecting to the downtown, connecting to the red and blue line, connecting to a storage facility, amongst a whole bunch of other things, including being able to connect to the cultural and entertainment district. One of the recommendations in there includes responsibility for all risks, financial, contractual, other, to be borne by the government of Alberta. While that was an aspirational objective as part of the recommendations on September 17th, it hasn't actually materialized to date. And so one of the recommendations that was approved just before this was to continue to work with the province to try and negotiate a commitment for them to take on some of the risks, especially the riskiest portion of it, which is the downtown core, which we haven't really had an opportunity to fully explore and consider as far as what the costs and ramifications of that proposed alignment that they've put forward. So what is before us is an opportunity for us to continue to work with the provincial government to try and find some common ground, to find a solution to maximize on the investment that's already been made by them, by the federal government, and by us, and the citizens of Calgary, for that, by extension, but also to maximize on a potential opportunity that also exists with our federal government. We do have a deadline that we have to meet, and so we need to be able to move forward on this plan if we're going to be able to get that funding. Regardless of what your reasons were for voting for or against the alignment in the past, the fact remains is there's been significant amount of money spent in our city, and we are at a crossroads right now that if we don't move forward quickly, we could lose significant amount of potential dollars from other orders of government and getting back some of that money that Calgarians already paid to those other orders of government. So I encourage Council to support the recommendations before you closed.
Thank you. As we go to e-scribe to vote, Madam Clerk, will we do number 3 first?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Okay, number 3 is before you. Please go to e-scribe.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 9-5 with Councillor McLean, Wong, Chu, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. Now we'll go to number 4.
Correct.
All right, that's before you.
Councillor Penner, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? It's carried 12-2 with Councillors McLean and Chu voting against. And let's go to the rest of the items that were in this motion. Those are before you. Please go to e-scribe.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, from this item, we go to item 10.2.1, right?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, that's the final report of the Council Compensation Review Committee. My sincere apologies to members of the committee who have been waiting such a very long time to present to us. Appreciate your patience.
And thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Gondak and members of council. My name is Sarah Dalton, and I'm the chair of the Council Compensation Review Committee, here on behalf of the committee to present our final recommendations. Unfortunately, the rest of the committee had to attend other events, so it's just me here today, but our recommendations are still valid. Next slide, please. So we hope today that Council will adopt the recommendations of the Council Compensation Review Committee contained in our final report, Attachment 2, effective for the next term of Council. Next slide, please. I do want to take the opportunity to introduce the members of the committee to Council to provide recognition for their year-long service to this process, in which they provided their expertise in business and human resources to put forth these recommendations. So I'm just going to go through that now. So a little bit about myself. I'm a human resource professional with over a decade of experience in human resources in the public sector. I hold a master's degree in industrial relations and my CPHR designation. My vice chair, Brian Gervais, is an HR professional with over 28 years of experience and is currently a chief people officer for the Alex Community Health Center. Alan Barassa is a project and events management professional with over 7 years of experience. Emmanuel Okwara is a total rewards management professional and is currently a principal consultant at Mercer. And last but certainly not least is Lindsay Ramirez, who is a compensation professional. Lindsay works for Trans Mountain as a job documentation analyst. She also holds her CHRP designation. So I just want to extend my heartfelt thanks to the efforts of the committee. And next slide. So in regards to our mandate, we were set to review the total compensation for members of council. So this includes your base pay, as well as the pay adjustment mechanism by which members of council pay is adjusted. We also were to review the total benefits package, so that includes health spending, dental, as well as pension. This time around, the CCRC was also tasked with reviewing the base salary for councillors' assistance positions as well. So this is the first time that that's been asked of this committee. And next slide, please. So our final report was to make the following determinations. We were to review the current compensation package and determine whether it was competitive and can attract municipal candidates who are reflective of Calgary's population. Determine if the current compensation package is competitive and fair as per market research. Determine if the compensation package is reflective of the responsibilities and time commitments for members of council. Determine and define criteria used to determine base pay for members of council. Benchmark and assess if members of council's compensation package is comparable to equivalent municipal elected positions. And then as well, we also expanded the mandate to include a review of the base salary of councillors' assistance positions as well. And next slide. Thank you. And so the purpose of the Council Compensation Review Committee, it offers a vehicle upon which we can provide recommendations as per bylaw 49M 2023. Calgarians can rest assured that an impartial review of members of councillors' compensation has been conducted, and this is a commitment to transparency and accountability of the use of public funds. Next slide, please. Before I go into the recommendations, I do want to take the opportunity to explain the methodology behind the recommendations that we undertook in this review process. We followed best practices for the public sector compensation review process. This included reviewing relevant policies. It also included speaking to administration and asking a lot of questions for how compensation works. So we had a thorough understanding of this process. We also extended confidential surveys to the mayor, councillors, and councillors' assistants to better understand their perspectives on compensation and to determine if there were any other issues we were not aware of. We also extended interviews to members of council. 3 of you took us up on that offer, and we do thank you so much for your participation, as it provided invaluable context and added to the richness of our review. We also retained a third-party service provider for a national market survey of 10 peer municipalities. So this survey was a comprehensive survey which looked at the benefits and salary for these 10 municipal comparators. So in all, it's important to note that we took an evidence-based approach to making these recommendations. Next slide. So I'm now going to go into our recommendations at a high level first, and then I will go into the rationale for each of the recommendations. My first slide pertains specifically to recommendations that pertain to members of council, and my next slide pertains to recommendations to councillors' assistants. Okay. In regards to recommendation 1, we recommend maintaining the Alberta Average Weekly Earnings, AWE calculation, as the basis for determining council's annual pay adjustment using data from the September to the September period. And outside of this, we're recommending no additional changes to base pay outside of the AWE. In regards to our next recommendation, we recommend adding accidental death and dismemberment insurance, mandatory participation for this benefit for members of council. And then finally, we are recommending the amendment to the transition allowance to provide a maximum of 26 weeks worth of pay if members of council choose not to stand for re-election or is defeated. And I do want to provide some context on that last one. So the current practice is to offer up to 52 weeks of transition allowance with 2 weeks per year by service for those members of council who are defeated in an election based on service, or 26 weeks, again, at 2 weeks per year if they choose not to stand for re-election. And so our committee is recommending just one transition allowance amount, which is the 26 weeks. Next slide. All right, and going into our recommendations for councillors' assistants, our first recommendation is we recommend that administration conduct a comprehensive HR review of councillors' assistants as a staffing group. This would include updating job profiles, or job descriptions, I should say, updating any applicable policies, and creating a job classification framework. Our next recommendation is that councillors consult with City Human Resources when determining the placement of councillors' assistants within salary bands or the City Clerk's office when determining available budget. And finally, we recommend expanding the CCRC's mandate to include the review of the councillors' assistants' benefits. Next slide, please. And now I'm going to take the time to go through our rationale behind each of the recommendations. So the first recommendation had to do with the adjustment mechanism for members of council's base pay and the base pay itself. When we're looking at maintaining the AWE, we recommend maintaining this as it provides an adjustment mechanism that moves along with Alberta's economic indicators. The committee felt that it was important that any base pay adjustments are reflective of the economic conditions of the constituents. We also note that the AWE has a strong precedent and has been used for well over a decade as a means for adjusting base pay for members of council. When we reviewed members of council's base pay compared to other municipal comparators, we found that members of council are paid at around the 75th percentile. This is considered well-placed given the size of Calgary and the complexities of the issues that you navigate as members of council. As such, given the fact that base pay is well-placed at the 75th percentile, and the AWE is a valid adjustment mechanism, we're not recommending any additional increases at this time outside of the AWE. In regards to the addition of AD&D insurance, when we reviewed the comparator municipalities, half of the comparator municipalities offered this type of insurance. It provides an important safety net and carries a minimal cost to implement. In regards to our third recommendation, which is amendment to transition allowance, setting the allowance at 26 weeks, regardless of the reason for leaving office, increases fairness and aligns with the municipal comparators. When we reviewed municipal comparators, no other municipality differentiated the maximum amount of the transition allowance based on the reason for leaving office. So it's important to note that we were an outlier in this respect, and that's why we're recommending aligning it to one amount. When we also look at 26 weeks, I just want to note that that is up to 6 months of financial support, depending on years of service. So something to note there. We were also in alignment. This benefit is important. We did note that there were 3 comparator municipalities that did not offer any transition allowance, but we do feel that it is an important benefit to help members of council transition back to their careers, and 26 weeks made sense in the alignment with other comparators. Next slide, please. All right, moving into the rationale for our counselor's assistants. When we started the work to review counselor's assistants, bless you there, when we were going into the recommendations to review counselor's assistants' base salary, we realized that there was a significant amount of foundational work that must be completed before any specific recommendations can be made on increasing salary or making any changes to their base salary. We learned that job descriptions are not reflective of today's, as the roles as of today. They are out of date. We also noted that applicable policies are out of date and fall outside the regular 4-year review period. We also noted a job classification framework should be created, and this will help in the placement of assistants in bands related to their skill level. So currently, when Gallagher completed their review, you do have what's called a broadband salary structure. So it's good at capturing the minimum amount you can provide and the maximum amount you can provide in terms of salary, but it does not provide a differentiation for various types of roles, such as junior or senior administrative staff. So that's where a job framework would help provide clarity. And why this matters is when we conducted our survey of counselor's assistants, it really became apparent that counselor assistants said it was unclear how their pay was determined, it wasn't transparent how they moved through the band, as well as it wasn't transparent on how they were placed in their particular job. So all of this foundational work would give confidence to being able to make any further compensation decisions on top of that. So that's why we're making these recommendations to complete this foundational work first. Going into our next recommendation is regarding hiring consultation. So currently, counselors can offer any salary they deem appropriate, but this can potentially raise unintended equity issues. We do recognize that it's important for counselors to be able to make the ultimate staffing decision to meet the unique needs of their wards. We're just recommending leveraging expertise guidance from HR and the city's office when determining placement during recruitment. This allows counselors support to access expertise guidance of those individuals who have experience in placing during recruitment. This will help lead to equitable staffing decisions and as well help because city HR would have an ability to see what's going on in all ward offices and help you make appropriate salary decisions for your members. Okay, and finally, our last recommendation is to expand the CCRC's mandate to include a review of counselors' assistants' benefits. So we did hear loud and clear in the survey that counselors' assistants would like their benefits reviewed by a third party, and we agree that if we're already reviewing base salary, we might as well include the benefits to do a complete total comp review. There was also notes that they felt that their benefits were not in alignment with other similar city administrative positions. So this kind of review would be helpful in really digging into that kind of issue. Next slide. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to share this table. So this was from the Gallagher report, and it just showcases at a high level where Calgary stands in relation to the other comparators, specifically around the mayor's salary and members of council salary, and as well what the cost of that is to the total population. So I'll just give it a second to take a look at that. All right, and next slide, please. And so with that, I'm going to wrap up my presentation. And so we hope that Council will adopt the recommendations of the Council Compensation Review Committee contained in the final report, attachment 2, effective for the next term of Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thanks for sticking around for so long. Really appreciate your patience. We've got some questions in the queue. Let's start with Councillor Meehan.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It was really well done. My question is, does basic life insurance not cover accidental death?
So that's a good question. So actually, accidental death and dismemberment insurance is an additional insurance on top of life. So it's a separate type of insurance.
Right, but if you accidentally die, does that not get covered in your basic life insurance?
This is an additional amount on top of that.
Okay, so we are covered to what extent under basic life?
I might have to pass that over to administration to answer that specific coverage question.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just kind of curious, like, as it is an additional amount that we were mandating that people pay. So just trying to understand what it is that we already have and what the additional amount would get people.
Hi, I'm Maura Game, Manager Total Rewards. The current amount on salary is 2 times for life insurance, 2 times salary for life insurance. So the additional AD&D would be in addition to that.
Okay, so you'd end up with 4 times your salary in the event that you accidentally died?
Yes.
Okay, got it. And then, sorry, accidental death and dismemberment is really not a cheery topic. So yeah, what is that really? I guess, you know what, we don't need to get into it, what it means exactly. But it's an additional $146 a year that we would ask people to pay. And just, is there any benefit to the employer, or is it all to the person's family?
It's all to the person's beneficiaries who they designate.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that clarity. I thought I had one more question, but I can't remember it, so I'm going to leave it there.
Sure. Thank you so much. I will say that it is part of a holistic benefits package that we looked at, and it was one of several benefits that we did look at, including critical illness insurance and long-term disability. Unfortunately, we couldn't find carriers that would be able to offer those other benefits to you. And I do realize it is not the cheeriest of topics, but we did want to, extend that recommendation in case of the worst possible scenario.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for that clarity.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. Hopefully you can answer this question. If not, then I can ask someone else. But when past councillors waived their pensions, does it mean they received a higher paycheck every month as a result? Do you know that?
I'm sorry, I do not know that. I will have to ask administration to come back here and answer that question.
We can come back to that question. I can ask you a different one and then.
Absolutely.
Okay, so did your findings show significant variability in the roles and responsibilities of councillor assistants across different wards? So like obviously my assistants would have been responding and then, maybe like Councillor Wong. Did you find a huge difference between them all?
Yeah, so we noted that there was a substantial, whether it be real or perceived, differences in the roles. We also reviewed the current policy, and it does have job descriptions, which we looked at. We were informed by administration that they are out of date and not reflective of the work. And so that's where we're recommending to do a review. The review would also include, I would hope, consultation with ward councillors to better understand what you're looking for in those positions that support you. And as well, I would, also posit that it would have a consultation with the assistants themselves, so it makes sure that it's, both parties would be very clear on what they're agreeing to.
Okay, and one other thing I would suggest, and I remember talking to whoever when I was in the interview for this information, is titles are a really big thing. And so when we put assistant next to everything, it's hard for maybe our staff to defend that if they go to a different job. So I know my office, I have given them the opportunity to name themselves whatever they want. Has that been something that has been looked at by saying, we would look at different bands and these are the types of titles, because the city has many titles, and I hate titles, I'll be honest, because I don't care, just do the job and great. But everyone looks at that on resumes. So what can we do to make sure that future changes to assistants are, I would say, supporting them in succession planning?
Absolutely. And so that's where titling convention would be part of any comprehensive HR review. So when we're looking at the positions, we should also be looking at corresponding titles and how that they work together with the duties. So we do want to make sure that if we're referring to someone as an executive administrative assistant, that they are in alignment with executive assistant responsibilities and duties. But I would say that yes, titles are very important and they do really matter, and so that should be part of the review as well.
Okay, and so I'm looking forward to new councils coming in and maybe different faces. Does your team have the bandwidth to be able to get this going, right after the election, new people, making sure they have what they need? Do you have enough support and, I would say, resources on your end to accommodate?
So our mandate is actually complete after this point, and that's why we're making recommendations to administration. We did have these discussions with administration to see whether there was capacity to complete this important work. My understanding is this was actually partly underway to do a review of the staffing group, and we're just cementing the importance of the need to do this foundational work.
So is this something that will come to budget in November then? Because, I mean, we're doing all this great work, and then we just don't want to put it on a shelf. So how do we make sure that we're seeing this through? I don't know, GM Arthurs, if you want to answer this question. We don't want a presentation for a presentation. So how do we fulfill the great work that this group has done that actually can benefit our staff?
Thanks, Councillor Sharp. I've been speaking with HR, and they are in support of the recommendations. They are looking at what resources we have internally to access to try to move forward on the recommendations in a timely manner, and are very supportive.
Great, thank you. Go back to the pension question. I'm not sure if anyone has the answer to that question. That'd be great to have.
Excuse me. Participation in the pension plan is optional, so from a check perspective and a net pay, it would depend if someone is making contributions or not. So it's not that anyone's salary is different, it's what they would be participating on the pension plan with.
Okay, so you, instead of saying no to pension, you would be getting, I don't believe that you can get completely out of that. Would it not be a allotment of more money per check?
If the person chose to not participate in the pension plan, they would not have that as a deduction.
Perfect.
So,
thank you very much. Appreciate it.
yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, go ahead.
Is that it, Councillor Sharp? Okay, yeah. Councillor McLean.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I think my question was along the lines of Councillor Sharp. So these are recommendations. They're not binding in any form, are they not?
No, so they are recommendations. My understanding is members of council will vote on accepting or adopting the recommendations. Certainly, you are able to make amendments to any of our recommendations.
Okay, so I guess the only part I have, because we are elected as councillors to help run a $6 billion corporation, and then we're maybe being told how we should be running our offices. I think every councillor runs their office differently. Like my staff, I think they're very important. They all have different roles. I pay them, the majority of my budget. I think that's where it should be going to our staff. Others may not agree, but I guess I'm just wondering, I mean, is there a situation where if we pass this that somebody can come in and tell me how much I should be paying? Because some have 3, some have 4. I mean, they don't all get paid the same equitably because some have bigger roles. So I just want to understand that with the councillors, are we still going to be able to have responsibility over our offices? Because I believe that should be the case.
Absolutely. And if you want to move back to the slide on the recommendations pertaining to councillor's assistant, that is slide 9. And we're specifically, the way we've written it is to leverage the expertise of the city, so human resources specifically. Again, these are experts in the field of human resources that really understand how to place individuals in pay bands and also to understand, equitable matters around an equitable salary. So we do understand that the councillors' awards are unique and do need to maintain their ability to make that decision. So that's why we're just recommending consulting. We did note that in the survey that councillors' assistants did indicate that they felt there was inequity between ward offices. And so being able to work with individuals that have the ability to look at all the ward offices and help you determine what equitable salary is very important. But again, you do have the ultimate say in what you provide your people.
That's all I want to know. Like, yeah, I get it. Some people don't pay their people enough. I just want to make sure that the councillors, we have the ultimate say. Any type of consultation or recommendation, there's nothing wrong with that. So that's all I want to know. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. A lot of my questions have been asked and answered, and Mayor, when appropriate, I actually have an amendment that I would like to move, especially with respect to the councillor's assistants, and just to align it with some of the other work that is going on. I just have a really quick question about the transition allowance, 26 weeks. Our terms are 4 years, so why not 24 weeks or 32 weeks?
So 26 weeks was in alignment with other comparators, and it was also the recommended cap amount that was provided by the CCRC in 2020. So we decided to keep that the same. It's also showcasing a commitment to those who are longer serving for more. You'd have to serve 3 consecutive terms to get the maximum amount. So that's where we're coming from the 26 weeks.
Okay. But that would still only be 24 weeks, so anyways. So you'd have to almost serve like 3.5 terms to get the 26 weeks.
Sorry, yes, that's correct.
Yeah, interesting. Okay. Going back to the counselor's assistants and some of that, maybe clerks, can you just go forward one slide? So the expansion of the mandate with respects to benefits, my concern is that this committee doesn't get a mandate again for another 4 years. So that leaves actually a gap in the review of counselors' assistance and benefits potentially. So did you consider that in making that recommendation?
We did, and absolutely, this doesn't preclude the city from completing any work on their own to look at benefits and salary, and absolutely we would encourage that. Again, we're a impartial citizen committee brought forward to provide an independent review. So I think it's nice to be able to look at this every 4 years, to have a third party come in, provide our expertise and recommendations, but that doesn't stop work in between the committee's meeting at all. And we would recommend, just given the type of feedback that we received in this survey, that counselors' assistants felt that their benefits may not be equitable compared to other city administration staff, we'd recommend digging into that. The hope would be is that the work is completed, and then when we come together 4 years from now, that we can say, yes, they are well placed and benefits are comparable. But we just wanted to, really acknowledge that, the staffing group took the time to fill out the survey, and this was one of the main points that came back.
Thanks. I think my last question is, you had about a year to do this work, or not even quite a year. Do you feel like that was enough time based on the amount of work it was larger? It's probably the largest body of work that we've given the Compensation Review Committee. Do you feel like you had enough time, or should we, and I guess what I'm trying to get at is should we explore, because there's two bodies of work. There's the counselor's assistants and the counselors. Is one committee enough, and is the time enough, or should we look at splitting that out and doing some of that work, maybe staggered even?
That's a very excellent question, and thank you for considering the time that it takes for the committee to do this work. I would say that the year timeline, or a little bit under a year, was a bit tight, but I do think that we put forward recommendations that were thorough, that were evidence-based, so it can be done. I think we've proven that. I would say if the mandate becomes larger, you probably would need more time or potentially more people to help with this, but thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for all the work and what you've provided with us.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Administration, for being here. A couple of questions. When we don't talk about comparables for councillors, you're looking across other municipalities across Canada. When we take a look at comparables, though, relative to internally, when I mean internally, meaning that council compensation, EO2 compensation, after exempt staff compensation. I'm sorry, my mouth is going nuts.
That's okay.
But is internal staff compensation considered in this?
So the comparables that we used were determined by Gallagher, which was our third-party consulting firm that we brought in, and we did look only at elected positions because they are the most comparable to the work that you are completing. And again, the work that you guys do is very unique in nature. There aren't other positions that really are similar in this respect. So we only looked at other comparable elected municipalities positions. Thank you.
Thank you. The other question is accident, death, dismemberment, mandatory, correct? Have we done statistics across, again, all the different councillors and council's office for that matter, across Canada? How often is ADD actually claimed?
So I don't have exact numbers for that. It is something that we would hope would maybe never be used because it is for catastrophic incidents. I would say that it is becoming more common to be included in holistic benefits packages. Half of the comparable municipalities offered this type of insurance. And so we wanted to extend that to be in alignment with the other comparators.
Yeah, I guess my question there is if we're mandatory making premium payments, but you're never going to draw benefits out of it, what's the value to doing that?
Yeah, so the reason why it is mandatory is given how small of a group you are as an employment group, and it has to be mandatory in order for this benefit to be applied at all. So I should make that clear that if you want to enact that, it has to be mandatory participation. That's the only way we could have a service provider be able to carry that insurance. I would say, again, it is in case of the unthinkable and catastrophic incidents occurring for members of council's families. So think about the contribution as something that hopefully would never be applied, but if it did happen, it would help your families out.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the benefits associated with just the opportunity of actually using it. Okay. Sure. Last question was with regards to Councillor's assistant staff. Up there, you made a reference to point number 3 on the first bullet, a job classification based upon just skill level. Mm-hmm. So in skill level, we often look at education, experience, and competency, right? Knowledge and wisdom. So in other words, if we were to bring in people into our office who may not have the academic, but certainly have that, hard knocks education learnings, I should say, hard knocks learnings, would they be classified differently?
So I'm just going to interrupt. Sorry, not to be rude. We are at break time. Council, I'm just going to seek your general consent to modify the break time so we can finish this item. Anyone opposed to that? All right, seeing and hearing none, that's carried. Please go ahead.
So that's an excellent question. And one, I should say that whenever we are looking at recruiting individuals, diversity is key. And so it's important to be constructing a job classification framework or positions that are, flexible enough to encompass other experiences. So, you'll want to put in, education is important and types of background that you're looking for in the work you're doing. But that's why often job descriptions are left, with a portion of, a combination of experiences. So I think it's just important to leave that a bit open in the construction of job profiles or job classification frameworks.
So again, knowledge and wisdom is or is not a restricted condition?
So that would be up to what you would want to include in the job classification framework and working with the city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Thaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your time and thank you for your efforts. Can we go to slide 12? Just the comparison here, $46 total council salary per population. Is that population of the municipality, an average, not ward by ward, right? Because
that's the whole city, the whole population.
Because there's a variance in the wards. Yeah. And there's other municipalities. Are all these municipalities, for comparison reason, are full-time jobs or some of them are part-time?
I believe they are full-time jobs. I should note that Montreal has a bit of a different system. It's got a borough system. So that number there is a combination of how they conduct their full comp. So they get an additional amount.
Okay.
But all the other ones are the full.
They're all full-time jobs. Mm-hmm. Okay, perfect. A couple other questions. This recommendation 3, you guys are recommending, I just want to understand, from 52 to 26 weeks of pay for member of council chooses not to stand for re-election. That's their choice. Why should taxpayers compensate them for the choice they're making?
So that is a good question. When we look at transition allowance, it is a mechanism to support members of council in transitioning back to their regular life or their regular job, I should say. And, it's hopeful that they have served their time, however long it is, and that a certain amount of transition allowance is in support of a recognition for their work. I should note again that 26 weeks would be the maximum. So it's two weeks per year of service. So if somebody chose to leave partway through, it wouldn't be the full 26.
Yeah, it's interesting. Re-election, they're defeated. You get fired. You don't get severance pay for getting fired. You didn't do your job properly.
So I would note that these positions aren't quite like other employment groups, and there is a service that has been provided, and a transition allowance does help councillors transition back. We did look into this in the sense that, unlike other employment groups, members of council are not able to apply for employment insurance. So they don't have that safety net to support them. It was a good question. And so we do believe that offering a transition allowance still makes sense to support members of council.
Oh, so we are not eligible for EI?
No, you're not eligible for EI.
Okay. The recent changes were made. What if a councillor is recalled? Are they still eligible? Or provincial governments kick them out because they're not serving in the public's interest, what happens then? Sorry, that's okay. Did you guys consider that, or that was just too
I'll be perfectly honest, we did not consider that. I would say, though, that, we have posited that the reason for leaving office be equitable comparatively, so I would think that they would get part of their transition allowance. But that might be a good discussion point for administration.
Okay, so that could be discussed and
Yes.
looked into. Okay, great, thank you. I think that's it for me, Mayor. Thank you so much for your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carra.
Yeah, I had a very small question, but I'd like to maybe engage in a little bit of debate with my colleague, Councillor Dhaliwal, in the light of the line of questioning he just asked, by asking you a question. As an HR professional who's been tasked to this committee, your mandate was to figure out how to make compensation a good recruitment tool for all kinds of Calgarians. In the light of that, can you respond to the question about losing an election and not potentially getting compensated for the time that you had served, in the sense that, is that a good recruitment tool or a bad recruitment tool as an HR professional?
So we are recommending that regardless of the reason for leaving office, that they do get a transition allowance. So that is our current recommendation.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. So, but did you discuss as a committee the thought of not compensating people who lost elections? And what is your HR professional opinion on that, given your mandate to create a good recruitment tool?
Yeah, my professional opinion is that if we're offering a benefit such as a transition allowance, that it should be equitable. When we looked at the comparators, there were no other comparators that differentiated offering a transition allowance or not, regardless for the reason of leaving office. They either didn't provide a transition allowance at all, those were 3 comparators, or they did offer some sort of transition allowance regardless of the reason for leaving office.
Okay, I will also attempt to address that in debate. I guess my question is, when you talk about a transition allowance, is that salary or is that salary and benefits? I'm not aware.
It's salary.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. I know that, okay, there's one more in the queue. Councillor Chabot.
I'm going to ask a self-serving question. Sure. What if you serve for a period of time, then you get your diaper changed, and then you come back? Sorry.
Are you telling us something?
Are you entitled to whatever compensation you would then be entitled from the start of your new terms?
I would say that it would be from the start of your new term if you take a break in between.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sure we can cover that base in the near future, I think. Thanks. No further questions.
Thank you. I know that Councillor Penner wishes to bring an amendment, but we haven't moved this item. Can I get a mover, please? Councillor Meehan, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for the review on this. I'm sure people will have interesting debate, but happy to move it.
Thanks. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Sharp, thank you very much. Councillor Penner.
Thanks. So Clerks has the amendment. And really is actually just about referring the recommendations of the report with respect to councillors' assistance to Council Services Committee to create the work plan and the recommendation, and likely that it would become part of the 2027 to 2030 budget cycles. There is some ongoing work through HR. So it's really, and then I think also some of the work that we saw through the Ward Boundary Commission. And so really it's about putting all of these pieces together, seeing them all together and creating a work plan. So that's why rather than just accepting them, it's about kind of taking that next step and looking at them all together. So I would request that you support this.
Can I get a seconder for this, please? Councillor Walcott, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue.
I have a question.
Oh, is it on this?
On the amendment.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Councillor Sharp.
I have a question on this one to administration, and then maybe Councillor Penner can add to her close. Is this amendment actually needed, do you think?
I will have to pass that over to administration to understand the internal mechanics of that. My personal opinion, if you're interested, is that, you know, we've already provided the recommendations. We've talked to administration. They seem to have the resources available. So in our view, I think there's sufficient momentum already to be able to do that. But again, I'm not clear what this other committee can provide.
You know, that suffice unless you want to add something.
Councillor Sharp, thank you for the question. I just want to add that these two particular recommendations that Councillor Penner's amendment proposes to move to Council Services Committee, they relate to the HR review, Councillor's assistants as a staffing group, and also the idea that councillors would consult with City Human Resources when considering the placement of councillors' assistants within salary bands. So directing that work to Council Services Committee, I think, would facilitate the development of work plans. Likely that allows Council Services Committee to recommend to Council to give direction around those work plans. So if Council deems that you know, an important consideration, then that's certainly something that could be done.
Thank you very much. Nothing else for me.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councillor Demong.
Yeah, just much to Councillor McLean's concerns, are these bans meant to be mandatory at some point, or are these just guidelines?
So when there's adoption of salary bands, I would recommend that any salary decisions fall within the bands. If you fall outside the bands, that kind of defeats the purpose of having salary bands. In the creation of any salary band, you'd be looking at market comparators. You'd be looking at how it stacks up with other administrative positions. That's the purpose of a full job review process, is to look at the positions, how they fit with market, how they fit within the context of other similar administrative positions. So yes, I would recommend that if you decide on bands, and sure you'd be consulted on them, that any salary decisions would fall within those bands. Again, you would retain the ability to place your individuals within those bands.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot.
I guess it begs the question of how do you determine what those bands are? Because in a councillor's office, you do have unique and distinct requirements for different offices. Like some offices in the downtown core would have more of an emphasis on certain things than somebody in more of a developing and or greenfield area. They may have a very specific position that doesn't exist in the center city. And so how do you then place those people in the appropriate band, or how do you determine what the appropriate band would be for those individuals?
Yes, so in a job classification framework, the hope would be to provide significant flexibility to meet those unique needs. And so how you do that is by having, you do a market review of the varying types of administrative positions. So potentially you may have junior administrator, senior administrator, executive administrators, maybe even advisor titles. And again, titling can be part of this as well. I know that was a concern. And so you'd want to have consultation and understanding what the needs are of the ward, what the work is that is being completed, and then you would look at how that fits into market and then determine what that, what those positions are worth in market, and then create bands accordingly. Just like how you currently have one band for everyone. This would be taking that a little more, would be adding more details to that.
Yeah, because traditionally we would have like a constituency assistant, a communications assistant, an executive assistant, but many of those terms and or titles have changed over time. Some folks have like chief of staff, or I can't even remember what my two staff members want their titles changed to now, but again, it's not clearly defined on what those titles and or positions are. So.
Absolutely, and that's where this work is really important, to be able to look into this complex issue. That's why we couldn't make a determination on specific salaries, because there is such differentiation across wards. We're not saying to get rid of all differentiation. I'm not saying that, but helping to have a job classification framework to help standardize a little bit more, to help with equity of placement. And you could end up with, various positions such as a communications assistant or an administrative assistant. Again, our recommendations are just starting the work on this important process. Because again, a lot of the feedback we got is that it's not clear how administrative assistants are being placed in salary bands, as well as it's also not clear what their roles are. And so this will just help with engagement. The whole purpose is to provide support and a little more consistency in that hiring process.
Right. So then you could potentially, through what you just said as far as flexibility, have different sort of titles or job descriptions fall within a particular band as opposed to a very finite, this is what your title is, this is your pay band.
Absolutely. Okay. So there's a lot of flexibility in looking at what a job classification framework can mean to an organization.
Okay, thanks. I think if we're into debate at the same time, I think it's sending it to Council Services Committee is probably the appropriate vehicle to be sending it to so that we can have further debate, and it's open to all members of council. And I don't know if the public has ever presented to it, but obviously whoever's tasked with taking on that role of doing the work would be presenting at committee. So I think it's the right place to send it to, so I'm supportive.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you. I need administration's interpretation of point number 3 there, if you don't mind.
Sorry, was that a question towards me?
Yes.
In terms of number 3. Sorry, I'm not clear on what that amendment is.
Let me phrase the question then. In your recommendations 1, 2, 3, and 6.
Okay.
Right.
I'm sorry, I'm going to need you to repeat the question and what you're looking for.
I was trying to get your understanding of, is that put properly? Is that recommendation put properly? Does it make sense for you?
Councillor Wong, I think maybe you should get somebody else to answer that question,
Sure.
Possibly the clerk.
Clerks, perhaps. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Yes, the amendment is put properly, given the motion that, given the recommendation that was contained in the report. What the team has done is they drew the path from what the presentation recommendations were to the intent that Councillor Penner has. So what recommendation number 3 does, it just structurally builds that the new motion will be to adopt committee's recommendations 1 through 3 as well as 6. And then we will be inserting a brand new recommendation that includes the referral. So in my opinion, it is properly put.
Okay, so the question I have, going back to accidental death and dismemberment, this is going to be put forward in the next council and therefore being mandatory. If we choose to not to do it, how do we do that?
You would have to bring an amendment to either this amendment or to the original recommendations from the committee.
Is it possible just to vote that one separate?
The procedure bylaw allows any member of council to request that the chair call the vote separately. I would look to administration to see if that recommendation could stand alone.
So it can stand alone.
Okay, I'd like to call number 2 separately, if you don't mind. Thank you.
So number 2 on this amendment?
Recommendation 2. That's in number 3 there.
It's not going to like that. Are you talking about the amendment right now?
In recommendation 3, she's got recommendations 1, 2, 3. So all 3 of them are included. Right?
Okay.
I want to pull 2 out of that one, verses 1 to 3. I want to pull 2 out of there to vote against it.
That's on the main, not on the amendment.
Are you talking about the amendment or are you talking about the main? Because I'm at a loss here.
In number 3 up there,
Yeah.
it makes adopt recommendations 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3 all together.
It says, number 3 up there says adopt recommendations in recommendation 1 be deleted and the words adopt recommendations 1 to 3 and 6 be inserted in their place.
So when you say 1, 2, 3, does it not include 1, 2, and 3?
It does.
So my point is I prefer to adopt just 1 and 3 and 6, but not 2. Is there a way to do that?
Yes, on the main, or bring your own amendment.
So, Madam Clerk, how complicated would that be for you to draft?
Quite complicated, because what council is voting on right now is not, they're voting on recommendation 1, 2, 3, or 4. So what I heard Councillor Wong suggest is that he wants to vote on 2 separately, but that would be the 2 that you see on the screen. What I think the intent is, he would like to vote separately on recommendation number 2 that's contained in attachment 2. So that is not reflected here right now.
No.
So we'd have to prep that.
Okay, so do you need that prepped, or do you have it prepped?
No, I haven't. So I'll just withdraw it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, that's it for the queue. Back over to you to close on the amendment, Councillor Penner.
Closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 10-4 with Councillors McLean, Wyness, Chu, and Sharp voting against. That takes us back to the main, and I don't see anybody else in the queue for the main. Yes, I do. Councillor Thaliwal, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. We can't call these separate, so I will have to vote one way for all of it. And it's just my personal opinion. My colleagues, they have different opinions. I will be voting against it as no, just because I don't agree with the original recommendation 3, which is the transition allowance. I don't think that should be there. We are hired and we are fired by residents. We decide to leave, that's our choice. Taxpayers shouldn't be on hook for that. So that's all I wanted to state out there, but it's nothing against all the great work that the Compensation Review Committee has done. You guys have done an amazing job. Thank you so much. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carra.
Yeah, I'm glad Councillor Dhaliwal put that on the floor, because I'd like to debate that. And I want to give you a little bit of history. The lead up to the 2017 election had council voting against some of the recommendations of our compensation committee, because the committee posited that losing an election was akin to getting fired. And I think that what we want to do is we want to encourage Calgarians to consider and step up to the incredibly hard work of doing a term of service as a member of council. And everything we do that sends a signal that the decision to put your life on hold and to serve in that way is not appreciated, or is something that can be as callously described as getting hired or fired, is an incredible disincentive to people getting involved. And the reality is, we know there are a lot of times when the hard thing to do or the right thing to do and the popular thing to do are not the same things. And we want people who are focused on making the right decisions around this table, and not necessarily the popular or easy decisions. And it would be extremely problematic if we accepted the trope that losing an election was akin to getting fired, and after putting your life on the line to serve, that however it ends was not valued. It's a bad, bad message to send. I'll also point out to Councillor Dhaliwal, because he doesn't seem to understand, right now, if you get fired by your own thinking, you get up to 52 weeks of compensation. And this is recommending that this comes in line with if you choose to leave, which is 26 weeks for both. So voting against this means that you support someone who loses an election getting up to 52 weeks, which is the opposite of what you're arguing, even though what you're arguing is deeply problematic.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to call item 1 separately, voted separately if you don't mind. Fundamentally, I'm not sure we should be voting on our compensation or transition or insurance, accidental death and dismemberment insurance. So therefore, I'd like to vote that separately.
Okay, so 1 will be called separately from 2. Let's go to Councillor Sharp.
I'm going to talk a little bit about Councillor Carell actually mentioned, and just there's a couple things everybody has to realize. You work for administration, you get fired, you get EI, you apply for it. There's a reduction here of what you get, right? So the report is actually looking at a reduction. So Councillor Dhaliwal, I know what you're saying, but you also go get a mortgage and your piece of paper that you print off literally tells the bank you're temporary. So not many people want to take these jobs because you are temporary, you have shelf life. So it is an incentive for people to run. I hope that we can set those up that want to run for these jobs successful. Many decide to stay, many decide not to stay, but it's not easy to get good candidates to run for these jobs because they know what it entails. Vote the way you need to, but I just wanted to shed light on, you don't get who's giving you a record of employment? Nobody is giving you one. You can get a resume and a reference check from your constituents. So I would just say, be very mindful and knowing that someone could step into your shoes in 36 weeks and then know that there's nothing for them if they were to leave. So that's all.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, I just want to say to counter Councillor Wong in terms of not wanting to vote on our own compensation, we have done that. Like when we accept the recommendations of the Council Compensation Committee in the past, I think what's important is that we generally don't meddle with the recommendations and that we defer that to someone else to make those recommendations, and then you accept them whether you like all the aspects or not. But to sort of say, like, I'm not voting on my compensation and everyone else here is, I think is misrepresenting what's really happening. I will also say to Councillor Dhaliwal that the idea that we shouldn't give transition allowance, first of all, you're going to get one if you were not reelected or you chose not to run. You would get 8 weeks as a result of the proposal that's on the table. But I think the reason a transition allowance is actually important is so that people don't run just because they're not going to have money. Right? So if you're like thinking you're on the fence, you're like, oh, my heart's not really in this. But the second that you no longer do this job, you can't pay your bills because we don't pay in DI. People might elect to stay in a job just so that they have that financial security. And that actually promotes people to be lifetime politicians, which is exactly what you don't want to do. So you want to transition people out of these roles. And the reality is, if you take on one of these roles, it's not like, there's necessarily a whole bunch of other places for you to go. And I did watch MLAs, I think, don't necessarily get a transition allowance. And I've seen people who have not won an election, not because they weren't a great person, and then they have like 3 children and a mortgage that they can't pay the second that happens. And so if we want good people to run and people who are not independently wealthy, I think we need to think that through.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
I think there's been some great debate around the room, and I want to thank you for the great work that you guys did. The recommendations, a lot of these recommendations mirror the existing rules, and so we're actually not voting on this for us today, voting on this for future councils, at least some of these recommendations. So the average weekly earnings recommendations, if we want to try and encourage people to run for public office, I think folks would like to know that there's a potential for them to get a cost of living increase. The salary, whilst is a very good compensation, there are a lot of members in the private sector that are earning significantly more money than this. And if we want to try and encourage some of the brightest and the best out there to run for public office, we have to provide a reasonable compensation. In many cases, including myself, it was a pay cut for me to run for public office. I chose to do it because I wanted to serve. Now, what I can tell you is that over the years, what I've learned is that I can't please everybody all the time. And at the end of 2 terms, you've managed to do something that opposes the majority of your residents in one way or another. At the end of 3 terms, you've most definitely upset every resident in your riding. And what I've learned in sales is that you can do a million great things, and People will respect that and compensate you for it, but you make one mistake and they find it hard to forgive you. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is that because you don't get EI as a compensation, transitioning back into the private sector, the longer you serve, the more difficult it is. So limiting it to 26 weeks, personally, I think if you serve for 16 years, you're going to have a hard time trying to find a job after the fact. So I'm not crazy about the change, but I think 6 months is probably sufficient. So I have no issue with reducing it to 26 weeks. Just trying to let you guys know that leaving office after serving for many years and trying to find a job isn't always easy. So I would encourage you guys to support this, especially if we want to encourage people to come and contribute a large percentage of their life to serving the public.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Councillor Meehan to close.
Close.
E-scribe to vote, please. We're going to vote on number 1 first.
Mayor Gonda, call the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 11-3 with Councillors McLean, Dhaliwal, and Wong voting against. Let's go to number 2. Please go to eScribe.
Mayor Gonda, call the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 13-1 with Councillor McLean voting against. When we come back from the break, we will go to item 9.2.1. I'm going to suggest that we take a 1-hour break, Council, and we reconvene here at 7:30. Anyone opposed to that? Not seeing anyone. Kate, we'll see you back in an hour.
Welcome back, everybody. Mr. Clerk, could we do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Wennes. Councillor Meehan. Thank you.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Chu.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor Wong.
Here.
Councillor Walcott. Councillor Kura.
Here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Penner. Councillor Spencer. Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Dumont.
Here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We are on to item 9.2.1. This is the proposed elections bylaw.
Members of council, in my capacity as returning officer, I'm pleased to be here to provide you with the proposed elections bylaw. I do have a very brief presentation that highlights some of the key changes. No, it's a short one. In the event that council would like one, otherwise I'd be very happy just to proceed to questions.
How short is short?
It is a recommendation slide, a highlight slide, and a recommendation slide.
Okay, let's do it.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Next slide, please. The recommendations in the report before you is that council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw as set out in attachment 1 to repeal and replace bylaw 35M 2018. Next slide, please. The Local Authorities Election Act permits council to pass bylaws to provide authority and govern election procedures. Changes to the election procedures and the election bylaws were required and also desired to align with amendments to the Local Authorities Election Act. On November 26th, council directed myself to include provisions to require candidates to submit a criminal record check with their nomination papers. A by-election is coming up for the Calgary Catholic School Board, and that will be held in January 2025. The election bylaw that council will be passing today governs aspects of the school board election. For ease of administration, council, I am proposing that we repeal the existing bylaw and replace it with the new one, given the magnitude of the changes. And lastly, given the deadline of December 31st, it is essential that the bylaw is passed today. Next slide, please. Again, the recommendation is that council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 50M 2024 as set out in your attachment 1 to repeal and replace the current bylaw 35M 2018. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm just going to the queue here. Let's go to Councillor Dhaliwal.
Thank you, Mayor. I was there for the discussion. Just one question. The criminal check, that will be mandatory if council passes the bylaw, right?
That is correct.
So will that be just like a checklist or a check mark that you are providing the criminal record?
The requirement will be to provide a copy of the police information check along with your nomination papers. So when candidates submit their nomination papers, we will be looking for the criminal record check to be submitted alongside.
So there will be no criminal, like a checklist. Were you ever convicted? No.
It's not a checklist. It will be the results from the Calgary Police Service that will provide you as a candidate or any member of the public who's interested in running with the outcome. And that statement from the Calgary Police Service is what we will be looking for.
And it will be 6 months preceding the...
That's correct.
Great. Thank you. That's it for me, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, so it's going to be 6 months from the date of when you submit it, right? It can't be more than 6 months old?
From the date that you are submitting your nomination papers.
Okay, so if I don't submit until August, it can't, if I do one in January and I submit in August, it'll be outdated.
That's right.
I'll have to submit a new one.
That's right.
What about the school board trustees?
So the school board trustees have their own bylaws governing their election. The Calgary Catholic School Board has made a decision with respect to requiring it for their candidates, and I believe the Calgary Board of Education just this week.
Yes, they actually decided today, and they mirror the same requirements for both the Calgary Board of Education and the Calgary Catholic School Board. They approved it? Correct.
Okay, I'd heard that they wouldn't. All right, that's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions in the queue. Can I get a mover for this item, please? Councillor Chabot, seconded by Councillor Sharp.
What's to say? It's legislation that's being changed as a result of, what's it, Bill 20?
Bill 20.
So happy to move it. And 3 readings of the bylaw.
Thank you very much. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so over to you to close as well.
Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Thank you. I'm going to switch.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 50M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 50M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 50M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 50M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. We are now on to item 9.3.1. This is midterm council member appointments. Will you be managing the flow of this? Thank you very much.
Yes, Mayor Gondek, we'll just ask for your patience for 1 minute for Deputy City Clerk to swap spaces with me. He will lead you through, again, a brief presentation as well as the council selection process.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a brief presentation for council if it would like one, or we can simply move on to the procedural motion selection process. I'm happy to answer questions, whatever council prefers.
Super brief?
I can make it really tight. Yeah. Okay, next slide, please. So the recommendations for council today are to first direct the preferences of members of council to fill vacant positions on standing specialized committees and boards, committees, and commissions be publicly released. Also to appoint councillors to fill the midterm vacancies on standing specialized committees and boards, committees, and commissions that will extend those terms of appointment to the 2025 organizational meeting of council, and also to appoint Councillor Meehan as deputy mayor for the month of 2025 August. Next slide, please. Just by way of background, of course, at the November 26th regular meeting of council, Councillor Pootmans filed his resignation, and the Chief Administrative Officer Duckworth announced that resignation at that meeting, and the resignation was effective that day, pursuant to provisions of the Municipal Government Act. Next slide, please. So the council policy on governance and appointments of boards, committees, and commissions dictates that the appointment term for council members in terms of their appointments to boards, committees, and commissions terminates immediately upon leaving office. And in the case of a midterm council member vacancy, the city clerk's office canvasses councillors for their interest. And in fact, we've done that, and we have that information to present and show today to facilitate the selection process. Next slide, please. The vacancies arising from Councillor Pootmans' resignation include his position on the Community Development Committee. That will not be filled because the procedure bylaw dictates that each member of council sits on only one standing policy committee. In addition, there are vacancies on the Audit Committee, the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee, and the Calgary Metropolitan Region Board Governance Committee, and the Land Use and Servicing Committee as an alternate. Next slide, please. And so those are the recommendations. We do have a procedural motion, Mayor Gondek, for council to entertain to facilitate the selection process. Is very similar to the procedural motion that we introduced at the organizational meeting of council in October. And that will also, in this case, and perhaps my colleagues and clerks could bring that up on screen, this will also facilitate the distribution of councillor preferences should this motion pass. And you'll see that set out in Section 2A. So this motion, if passed, basically replaces provisions of the procedure bylaw that dictate the normal flow of an agenda item so that we can do that selection process here in open session today, including the balloting, if necessary.
Okay, so you need us to move this first and
Correct.
vote on it?
Correct.
And then we go into the process of nominations and elections, right?
That's correct, yeah. And then there will be a separate motion to facilitate the appointments.
Okay, so Councillor Chabot is going to move it. Councillor Penner is seconding it. Seems pretty straightforward. I don't see anybody in the queue, so let's just go to e-scribe to vote.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. With that, I'll ask my colleagues and clerks to bring up the document that will present each committee. We'll start with the Audit Committee. And we will see on screen the currently appointed members of council. Perhaps my colleagues can make that a little bit bigger for readability for my old eyes. Thank you. And of course, the Audit Committee, there is one midterm vacancy for Councillor on Audit Committee because of Councillor Pootman's resignation. Section 7, sub 6 of the Audit Committee bylaw provides that vacancies caused by resignation, amongst other things, may be filled by resolution of council for the balance of that member's term. The Audit Committee can continue to operate and conduct business until vacancies are filled, provided quorum requirements are met. And again, we seek the appointment of one councillor for a term to expire at the 2025 organizational meeting of council. The one member of council who has expressed interest in this is Councillor Chabot.
Is there anybody else that's interested in this?
I was sure I wrote it in pencil and I had erased it, but I guess if it's there.
Looks like you're the only one, so congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. So we'll mark Councillor Chabot selected for appointment to the Audit Committee. We'll move on to the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee. I think the important thing for Council to note here is that all of the representation needs for the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee that are set out in the procedure bylaw are currently met by the current appointments. And in fact, Councillor Pootmans was appointed as a member at large to Intergovernmental Affairs Committee, so any other member of Council may be appointed to fill his vacancy. And just note again, as with Audit Committee, Mayor, you're an ex officio member of all Council committees. So we're seeking one appointment of one councillor for a term to the 2025 Organizational Meeting of Council.
Councillor Sharp.
I'll go if no one else wants to.
Okay. Councillor Sharp.
But I'm not
has
starting
indicated
tomorrow.
interest. Is there anybody else interested? Okay, with nobody else interested, thank you, Councillor
So
Sharp.
exciting.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Gondek. We'll note Councillor Sharp selected for appointment to Intergovernmental Affairs Committee. We'll move on to the Calgary Metropolitan Region Board Governance Committee. We are looking for, there is one more midterm vacancy for a member of council. We're looking for that to fill that vacancy for a term to expire at the 2025 Organizational Meeting of Council. Currently, Councillor Cross serves as the alternate member on the Governance Committee. Both he and Councillor Spencer indicated interest in appointment as the main representative on Governance Committee.
All right, so we've got two people interested. I'm going to go to Councillor Carra.
Well, as we know, the CMRB is in a state of collapse, and the Governance Committee meets very infrequently, and so I expected nobody to put their name forward, but I'm happy to support Evan, Councillor Spencer, stepping in and filling Councillor Pootman's role in both governance and alternate for land use and servicing, so I will withdraw my name.
Thank you for that. Councillor Spencer, you're still interested?
Yes. Yes.
So convincing. Well, looks like you're it. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek, and we'll move on to the last appointment, which is the Calgary Metropolitan Region Board Land Use and Servicing Committee. And again, the midterm vacancy arising from Councillor Pootman's resignation. This is an alternate representative to the Land Use and Servicing Committee. Councillor Carra is currently the principal representative of council. And again, we're seeking to fill that alternate opportunity with a member of council to serve for a term expiring at the 2025 Organizational Meeting of Council.
All right. Councillor Chabot, you're interested? Okay. Anybody else? Not seeing anybody else, so Councillor Chabot, congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. It'll take my colleagues and clerks just a moment to populate the after amendment version of the motion containing all of the members of council who are selected for appointment, and we'll have that on screen shortly.
I'm so excited about that last one.
All right, so you've got the appointments before you. Can I get a mover? Councillor Penner, seconded by Councillor Sharp. All right, do you wish to add anything, or can we go straight to the vote? I don't see anyone in the queue, so let's go to the vote, please.
Councillor Penner, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, I think we're moving to 9.4.1.
That's correct.
All right, this is the update to the municipal historic resource designation. This is for the Walter Hargrave residence.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Simon Cheng, Heritage Planner with City and Regional Planning. The purpose of the discussion today is to propose the repeal and replacement of the municipal historic resource designation bylaw for the Walter Hargrave residence. I prepared a condensed version of the presentation. If you'd would like me to go through it, or
Let me double check because
Sure.
it's been to committee. Does anybody need a presentation on this?
Okay.
I don't think we need a presentation, so let's just maybe have the recommendations come up.
Okay. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Can we just go to slide 6? The recommendation is on the screen. However, City Clerk had prepared an amendment to fix a minor clerical error, specifically the numbers assigned to the repeal bylaw and the replacement bylaw were inadvertently reversed. So I'd like to ask City Clerk now to provide the amendment which corrects that error. So that respect to report IP 2024-1172, the following be adopted after amendment. The council give 3 readings to each of the following. Proposed bylaw 46M 2024 to repeal bylaw 16M 2021, which designates the Walter Hargrave residence as a municipal historic resource per attachment 3. And proposed bylaw 45M 2024 for a bylaw to designate the Walter Hargrave residence as a municipal historic resource per attachment 2. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Sharp, are you good to second this? We've got Councillor Wong wishing to move it.
Yeah, I'm good to go.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. This particular property was previously designated in 2021, but due to a subdivision of property, we had to repeal it and now reapply it to the portion that's the building's still there. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I'll look to you to close.
We're close. Thank you.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor McLean, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 45M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 45M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 45M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 45M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. First reading of bylaw 46M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 46M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 46M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 46M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. And that takes us to item 9.4.2, parking recreational vehicles in residential areas.
Thank you, Mayor Gondik. My name is Dwayne Bruce. I'm a business strategist in community strategies. This report is a response to a referral motion back in on February 27th, 2024. It's related to RV parking in residential areas. Our report recommends changes to the community standards bylaw and the traffic bylaw. Would you like to see a presentation?
Anyone need a presentation on this? I don't think so. Let's have the recommendations and then we'll go to questions.
So the recommendations are that the Community Development Committee recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw in Attachment 2 to amend the Community Standards Bylaw 32M 2023 and to give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw in Attachment 3 to amend the Traffic Bylaw 26M 96.
Thank you very much. Okay, I don't see any questions of administration. Can I get a mover, please?
I'll move it.
Councillor DeBong is moving it. Who's seconding it? Councillor Penner. Over to you, Councillor DeMong.
Yeah, this is a long contested issue, particularly in the suburbs. I'm not sure how it works downtown. Not an awful lot. Downtown, yeah. I believe this is a very reasonable, equitable method of dealing with a concern that many of my constituents, and I know many other Calgarians have, on both sides of the coin, whether you own an RV or whether you're a neighbor of an RV. So, moved.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around. I went through this real quick about the changes, and can you maybe just summarize it for me? It looks like there's like 4 different changes. But
sure, yeah, you bet. So if I could, in the report, there's a table here. So for on street immediately adjacent to an RV owner's property with no driveway, would be allowed 3 consecutive days parking on the street, and then 2 days removed from the street.
Year round?
Year round, yes.
Currently?
Currently is 36 hours and then removed for 48.
But isn't that the same thing?
Just to add a point of clarity, if you have an RV during the summer months from April 1st to October 31st, you can park your RV on your driveway. You're not allowed during that time to park your RV on the street. So the intent was not to, we experience this quite often where you have RV owners play a bit of a shell game. They move their RV on street, off street, and they try to run the clock out. What we're trying to do is strike a balance between allowing RV owners during the camping season, especially if they have a front drive, to park on the front driveway and not roll it back on the street and then reset the clock.
So if they have a front driveway, they can't park it on the street?
From the months of April 1st to October 31st.
They can only park it on the driveway?
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I was trying to wrap my head around. It's like, I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, so understand that, on the surface, they might seem a little bit convoluted. We will have a comprehensive education campaign for RV owners if this passes, which will explain the rules in detail as to what you can do and what you can't do. But really, we're trying to address the aesthetic issues of RVs parking in residential communities in perpetuity and still striking a balance and allowing RV owners and trying to accommodate them, especially during the camping season, where they can have their RV on their property for a certain period of time where it then has to be removed. And the 2 days that it has to be removed for typically aligns with how people use their RVs in the summer, where they load up prior to the weekend, go camping in the weekend, and then return on the Monday.
Okay, so outside of those dates, am I allowed to park on the front street for 36 hours?
Yes, you can park on the front street outside. Like, let's say, for example, you're a snowbird and you need to load up your RV, then there is accommodation on street to be able to load up. And then again, that RV has to be removed for a certain period of time.
Okay, so even though I have a driveway outside of the April 1st to whatever date, I can actually park it on the street.
That's correct.
But between those dates, only my neighbor can park his unit in front of my house.
Well, we've been dealing with this issue quite a few times in front of committee, and we've come to discover there's no perfect solution, but I think this accommodates 95, even higher, of all the complaints that we get and the concerns that we receive from the community. So we would ask that you support this amendment.
And when is this potentially going to get revisited?
So the bylaw, if it gets passed, comes into effect on April 1st. So that gives us ample time to educate RV owners and non-RV owners as to what the new rules are. More than happy to come back with a briefing note or at council's request to discuss the impact of these changes and to see if there's a need for any further changes. But again, right now we have some significant challenges with enforcement, with people, with the way the bylaw is structured. It talks about consecutive hours, not days. And the onus is on us to prove that vehicle hasn't moved at all. And it doesn't specify how long the vehicle needs to be removed for, how many days it has to be gone for. So this is a much better way to approach RV parking, again, striking a balance between accommodating RV owners and addressing aesthetic community concerns with RVs. And it allows us to take action against people who are chronically or habitually leaving their RVs either on their driveway or on the city road.
Okay, now this definition of RV extends to a whole bunch of other type vehicles, including a boat and trailer.
It does.
All right, yeah.
I know like smaller camper style vehicles. Maybe I'll just double check that. Yep, it applies to boats and trailers.
Yep. No provisions in here for other streets, it's just residential. Sorry. It's a loaded question. Don't answer it.
Okay, good.
Thanks.
Chief Bocadis, everybody. Chief Bocadis, everybody.
All right, I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I'm going to go back over to you to close, Councillor Demong.
A man that needs no introduction. On that note, closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 51M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 51M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 51M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 51M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. First reading of bylaw 52M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 52M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 52M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 52M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none. Excuse me, that is carried. Let's go on to item 9.4.3. This is Councillors' Budgets and Expenses Bylaw Amendments.
Hello again, Mayor Gondek and members of council. We presented on this particular item at the Council Services Committee, and I'm happy to go through a presentation, or I'm happy to entertain any questions council may have.
Anybody need a presentation? Not seeing anyone. Let's just have a look at the recommendations and we'll go to questions.
Sure. This work came out of a notice of motion that came through Executive Committee in June this year, Mayor Gondek, and it directed us to return through Council Services Committee with amendments to the Council's Budgets and Expenses bylaw. And so we have that amending bylaw, and it essentially puts similar rules in place for meal allowances that are currently applied in the Council's Budgets and Expense bylaw. So to apply the meal allowance limits for hosting, that's what the bylaw before Council today, the proposed bylaw, would achieve.
Thank you very much. Let's go to questions, starting with Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. I have an amendment coming, but I'm going to ask this question. Why did administration not recommend a limit to the number of people that councillors can host?
Currently, when we looked at best practices, Councillor Sharp, there were in other jurisdictions essentially really no limits, and the direction we had from council was very specific around just applying the specific limitations around meals, and the meal allowance limit that's currently set out in the bylaw doesn't have a participant restriction either. So we're just following council direction essentially.
Okay, thank you very much. Mayor, I have an amendment after the mover goes.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Yeah, happy to move the recommendations. As you guys know, there was an instance recently where 2 members of council went to an event that had a limited budget. In the past, there was budget by city clerks to accommodate the hosting of volunteers in a separate municipality. As that provision wasn't there, it was claimed as a business expense, but it was deemed to be more aligned with a hosting expense. And because there was a limit of $100 per day for 5 days, the limit was then placed as $500. So as it stands, you could go for a function or go to, say, a conference and be there for 5 days and not spend any money until the last day and spend $500 between you and another person. it's coming out of your budget. So there's really not a good incentive to do that, because then you would have to report that publicly. We report all of our expenses. The ability for us to be able to host multiple people, say even for one day, whether it's another council or something, because you want to try and get them aligned with a particular motion that you're moving at FCM or Alberta Munis or something, that provision's not there with the $100, especially if you're trying to take 3 or 4 people to try and get them aligned with your position as a municipality, and by extension trying to get them to promote that to other municipalities. So the provision is there to provide some flexibility. Ultimately, it's going to come out of your own budget. The provision also allows for a guiding number as opposed to a fixed number. So it's not a fixed number of whatever, $25 for breakfast or $15 for breakfast, $25 for lunch. It's a guide, just as we have with our own expenses for our meals in town. This is strictly for out of town. And so it provides additional flexibility for members of council to make use of their budget for whatever purposes that they deem appropriate, which they then have to record and report. My suggestion, of course, is to go the extra mile and also include as part of your reporting requirements not only the name of the person that you're hosting, but the reason that you're hosting them. Anyways, I'm happy to listen to any questions and or amendments before I move to close.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder on this one, please? Councillor Wong, thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Sharp with an amendment.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just wait for clerks to pull it up on the screen. There was some versions of this floating around. Just want to make sure that's the right one. Yeah, it is. Okay, perfect. So I just feel that this amendment aims to achieve some balance. I understand that inflation has increased costs to hosting dinners, especially when you're out of town, and councillors need to be able to host our partners on occasion to conduct official business. But there needs to be reasonable budget, and because we're using public dollars, it needs to be transparent. I wanted to put some more rigor around the number of individuals you can host, because I just was like, you know, you could host up to 500 people for dinner. And so thought some belts and braces on that would be appropriate. And then also the documentation required by the subsection in accordance to the one bylaw. I really think it needs to be very transparent on what you're doing with who and when. And I think at that point you would have no problem being compliant or explaining why these expenses are necessary if there truly are. So hopefully my council colleagues can support this, and I can answer any questions in my close.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Can I get a seconder for this, please? Councillor Penner, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Sharp.
I am closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote on the amendment, please. Oh, no. No, we're not.
That is an amendment to a bylaw.
Yeah, so it comes after first reading.
Exactly. Thank you.
That's what I thought, but no one stopped us. You had your light on and I didn't notice it.
It can still be introduced, just please don't vote on it. Thanks.
Okay, perfect. Okay, nobody vote on this. All right, let's go back to Councillor Chabot.
Well, in light of the fact that there's an amendment coming and the limit of 10, listen, at the end of the day, you have to remember that this is going to be coming out of your own budget. So limiting yourself to 10, I guess, depending on where you're going, as was an example recently, there was like 35 volunteers that we split between 2 of us, which is 17 each. I guess if there was 3 members of council, we could have accommodated that. But again, it's limiting individuals' expenses and reporting on your own expenses to me is not what I think is the best thing to do to provide flexibility to members of council, but I understand why someone would want to impose a limit. So I'm just going to close on the main motion and encourage you to support it to allow you that flexibility to maximize on your potential, whether it be from an economic development perspective or from a tourism perspective. There's rationale as to why you may want to incur these expenses sometime in the future.
Okay, and with that, we are closed, so please go to e-scribe to vote.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 8-6 with Councillors Carra, Walcott, Winus, Dhaliwal, Meehan, and Sharp voting against. I'll go to readings of the bylaw. First reading of bylaw 54M 2024. Anyone opposed? Councillor Sharp is opposed, and that is carried. We are now into your amendment.
Just rinse and repeat. Thanks. Hope you can support it.
We're just going to bring it up here. Okay, it's moved by Councillor Sharp. It's seconded by Councillor Penner. Let's go to eScribe to vote on this, please.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 11-3 with Councillors Carra, Dhaliwal, and Meehan voting against. Second reading of bylaw 54M 2024 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 54M 2024 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 54M 2024 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. That takes us on to the next item, which is 9.4.4, next phase for short-term rentals.
Good evening, members of council. My name is Antonio Fayola. I'm the manager of business experience, and I'm joined today in council chambers by Brenda Desjardins, director of development, business, and building services. I do want to note that administration did receive 2 letters from industry following our presentation to the executive committee. They've been added to the item's attachments. Administration is bringing recommendations to the business license bylaw based on the short-term rental study. So Mayor Gondek, I do have a short presentation. Would you like me to move forward the presentation or move to the recommendations?
Let's find out. Is there anyone that needs a presentation? Doesn't look like it. We'll go straight into questions. Kit. Yes to a presentation? Okay. Can we use our mics, everybody? It really helps me out. Thank you. So yes, we will take a presentation.
Okay. If we can move to the next slide, please. So as mentioned, we are here directed, as directed in the Council Innovation Fund application from December 6th, 2022, with outcomes from the short-term rental study with the University of Calgary under the Urban Alliance partnership. Next slide, please. The recommendation is that Council approve the recommended short-term rental policy tools identified in Attachment 3, and that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 53M 2024 in Attachment 4 to amend the business license bylaw. Next slide, please. So administration has taken an approach that strikes a balance between supporting housing affordability, enhancing the safety of guests, minimizing negative impacts on the community, strengthening host accountability, and improving enforcement of regulations while also supporting the accommodation sector and economic benefits of short-term rentals. In the short-term rental study, it is stated that restricting short-term rentals will not solve housing affordability, due in part to the nature of the short-term rental market in Calgary and the limited impact on the current long-term rental market. The 2-year study results are foundational to our understanding of the short-term rental market in Calgary. However, ongoing collection of data to monitor the short-term rental trends and impacts is required to proactively respond to market trend and changes. Next slide, please. We know from the study that the short-term rental market in Calgary has grown since 2017. There are approximately just under 5,000 short-term rental listings in Calgary as of September 2023, which represents less than 1% of the approximate 540,000 residential properties in Calgary. We also know from the study that short-term rentals serve a need beyond tourism in Calgary, as they enable more choices for Calgarians and visitors, including providing temporary accommodations for individuals traveling to Calgary for medical purposes, Calgarians transitioning between homes, new Calgarians in the process of relocating to Calgary, and transitory workers. The study also concluded that there's no statistically significant nor economically significant correlation between the increase in the number of short-term rental listings and long-term rental prices in Calgary. Next slide, please. There were 2 phases of engagement. Phase 1 was led by the University of Calgary. They engaged the public and interested parties to understand their experiences with and perspectives on Calgary's short-term rental market, including benefits, challenges, and opportunities. Phase 2 engagement was led by the city to gain public feedback on short-term rentals, regulations, including business licensing requirements. A summary of the What We Heard reports for each phase of engagement is available in Attachment 5, and the full reports can be found in the on the city's engagement portal at engage.calgary.ca/STR. Next slide, please. A recommendation that we have in front of you aim to support the city's housing strategy, to balance the accommodation sector, tourism, and economic benefits of short-term rentals, to strengthen guest and community safety, to increase regulatory compliance and manage impact on communities, and to adopt a flexible and evidence-based approach towards future regulations. Our recommended short-term rental policy tools are to introduce primary and non-primary residence business licenses with associated fees, introduce a business license moratorium on new non-primary residences when the city's purpose-built rental market vacancy rate is below 2.5%. I do want to note that this morning, the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation published its fall 2024 rental market report, and it indicates that Calgary's vacancy rate is sitting at 4.8%. Therefore, we feel confident that going into 2025, that the moratorium will not go into effect. However, administration will wait for the CMHC's annual rental market report expected in January to confirm if we will go in effect in the new year. The ability to put the moratorium on hold based on the vacancy rate demonstrates that this policy tool can be effective. Administration recommends keeping this policy tool in the bylaw to allow us to be proactive and address housing needs should the vacancy rate fall below 2.5%. Some of the other policy tools we have in front of you for recommendations include extending the definition of short-term rentals to cover up to 180 days, to license the short-term rental digital platforms, to restrict short-term rentals in affordable housing, and to remove the condo board consent requirement. Next slide, please. And additional actions from administration would include the following: forming a short-term rental steering committee with key interested parties, explore the short-term rental property tax subclass for non-primary residences, and hiring dedicated resources that would work directly with the short-term rental companies, continue to collect data, and monitor the data and trends. Please see Attachment 3 for more details regarding these policy tools, and the corresponding business license bylaw amendments, where applicable, are detailed in Attachment 4. So next slide, please. So in conclusion, the recommendation is that Council approve the recommended short-term rental policy tools identified in Attachment 3, and that Council give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 53M 2024 in Attachment 4 to amend the business license bylaw. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Let's start with Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. It's a long body of work that an awful lot has gone into arriving at this moment. So I wanted to say thank you to Councillor Meehan and Brenda and her team and everyone that's put in an awful lot of work to get to this point. The moratorium, I'm curious, reading it closely, looking at the bylaw and kind of the explainer document, how often would it be triggered on and off? What is the current thinking around when it would trigger? Is it on a yearly basis, quarterly? If you could speak to that.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So the moratorium is anchored on the CMHC's purpose-built rental market vacancy rate, and the CMHC releases that data once a year, usually in January.
Okay, so there is a possibility, just knowing our vacancy rate was quite low, and which is why we were looking at this, and the university recommended it. It's potentially changed relatively quick. I guess the concern there would be that we would be in these places where for 6 months the moratorium is not, a good accurate appraisal of the actual market. Is there an opportunity for another data stream that we rely on outside of the yearly update from CMHC to toggle the moratorium on and off?
Well, at this point, the CMHC has an annual report. They also have a fall report, which they announced today. So we would rely on those 2 data points.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it could be biannual then?
Yes.
Okay. That's helpful. I think that's good for me for now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Dhaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. I got a couple questions. First of all, do we know the breakdown by communities or by ward or by quadrants where we are seeing most of this, these kind of STRs popping up?
The short-term rentals are mostly, the majority of them are, well, the biggest portion of short-term rentals are in the inner city and some of the newer developing communities.
Okay, so newer communities. My second question is, again, data-driven. I talked about data here. University of Calgary has done a good job here with all the recommendation. Do we keep track of, how do we keep track of something like if a row house was probably built? Because often we hear some of these row houses going in your communities are going to be used for STRs. That's mostly accusations we hear. Do we keep track of that how many of those get converted into STRs through our licensing process, that there was a DP issued or BP issued, and then later on that was a license was issued for the STR?
Well, we do keep track of our short-term rentals that are licensed through our internal systems. So we can definitely track where the addresses where those licenses are issued.
Okay. My third question is, and this is really, I'm hoping to get some answer on this one. We have a secondary suite incentive grant. That is to increase the affordability of housing and open up more housing units. How are we going to make sure that those units that are taking advantage of our grant program are not being converted into STRs for profiteering?
Well, so at this point, those two programs are separate. What we would have if it was an individual's non-primary residence, they would be paying the higher fee. We would be able to track that. One of the reasons why we are bringing forward the recommendations to change how we license to include primary and non-primary is to start tracking the commercial nature of short-term rentals. The market has evolved and it's become more of a commercial business, as you mentioned. So by us having the two tiers of different types of licenses will allow us to better track that commercialization.
Yeah, no, I get it, but I didn't get an answer to my question. Like, how are we going to cross-reference? Because my struggle is we are giving this incentive, right? And people are taking advantage of this is their primary residence. They're using it to build a secondary suite, which we are saying is for more housing. But now, rather than using it for housing and giving it to a long-term rental, they're just coming and getting a license, putting a short-term rental and using it to make profit. How we cross-reference the grant program and the licensing program to make sure we have proper gatekeeping to make sure that these people are not taking advantage of that?
Currently, excuse me. Currently, the grant for secondary suites does not have restrictions on whether or not someone can operate a short-term rental in that suite once that grant is given.
I think that's where the problem is, right? In my opinion, because it's counterproductive. We want to give it to folks who want to have more long-term rentals or open up this for units, and now they're using these units to actually make profit of and taking advantage of our grant program that could have gone maybe someone else who is in need. That's what I'm struggling to see how we're going to make sure that is not happening, that we have proper gatekeeping in process. And I'm not hearing that we are doing enough of that.
Hi, so currently, you're right, there's no restrictions on the secondary suite incentive program, but it is one incentive per person. And we do now, with our new restrictions coming into play for short-term rentals, where we're tracking primary and non-primary, so we'll be able to track and see who is actually taking a secondary suite and turning it into a short-term rental. We'll at least have data that we can go back and look at.
Okay, sorry, and we're going to start making sure we'll track that now, that there is some sort of a restriction that if someone applied for a secondary suite grant, they're not coming back and apply for STR, we'll have that mechanism.
Right now there's no restriction in the secondary suite program that can prevent someone from turning a secondary suite into a short-term rental, but there are some restrictions to prevent people from doing it multiple, so you can only have one incentive per person, and we are tracking primary and non-primary licenses now. So
I just want to make sure that the grant program is being used for the right purpose. Is there a council direction you will need to make sure that people are not taking advantage of it, or you could be able to do it on your own?
We can't make changes to the program on our own, so we would need some council direction to do that.
Perfect, thank you. My last question is, when we issue the license for these STRs, is it just cost recovery, or are we also looking at, and I know the answer, University of Calgary recommend that we are not doing because we are increasing the license fee.
Councillor Thaliwal, I'm just going to say you're at time, so let's just get to the question.
Okay, no, I'm fine. We'll take it offline.
You sure
Thank
you can just do the question?
It's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wyness, please.
Thanks. My first question is, what's changed to bring this forward from when I put the amendment on the floor of council during the Housing Task Force, where I was told that this was not possible?
Councillor Wyness, I'm going to have to ask you to be explicit about what was not possible. And sorry, I don't remember.
So when I put the amendment on the floor to say that I wanted to do higher regulation for short-term rentals, if you look at the record, even law weighed in and said that it wasn't possible to increase fees. We're doing that in this this bylaw change. And so I'm just kind of curious, what I was told and why my amendment was shot down on the floor of council has totally been proven to be inaccurate statements at that time that I put it on the floor of council. And so I'm just curious what changed.
Well, from my recollection, I don't recall exactly the amendment that was put forward, but I do remember the discussion. And the discussion centered around, at that time, our understanding is, and currently, that most short-term rentals are transactionary, so they are not permanent. And so we said that it wouldn't have a huge impact on the housing crisis.
So I'm just going to interject here. Mr. Swin has something to add from law, so I'm just going to ask him to step in.
And I apologize, I'm remote. I hope everybody can hear me. Councillor Wyness, I recall that discussion that we had in the fall of 2023 at the Affordable Housing Committee meeting. As I recall, your question was about increasing the fee over and above cost recovery. And the answer that my colleague and I gave is fees have to be based on cost recovery. If I'm misremembering the discussion, I apologize. But what I understand from Mr. Faiolo is they're looking at the cost of administering the program, and the fees they're proposing in the bylaw amendments are in fact based on cost recovery, which is totally legitimate and I think aligns with what we told you then. But again, if I'm misremembering or mischaracterizing something, I apologize.
You are misremembering, but I don't have time to keep going on this, so I will ask my other questions as well. We'll talk about it after. My next question is, when the report says 3% as a recommendation for a moratorium, why are we recommending 2.5?
We're recommending 2.5 because when the city announced the housing crisis, which I believe was in October of 2023, the vacancy rate at the time was at 2.2%. And the year prior to that, it was at 2.7%. So we feel that by making or anchoring it at 2.5, which is above the 2.2, strikes a good balance between what, excuse me, between what the CMHC recommends or suggests to be a ideal or a good vacancy rate.
And what are we seeing in other municipalities that have set a percentage when it comes to short-term rentals?
Some other municipalities like Saskatchewan, Saskatoon, and Regina have used 3%.
How are you going to be verifying primary residence?
We'll be asking for government issued ID. We'll be referencing our system, internal systems as well, and then we'll also be asking for certification as well, or confirmation from the applicant that certifying that is their primary residence.
Affidavit. Will we do an affidavit? I like that one. Anyway, what are we doing, and did we look at the role short-term rentals are playing when it comes to human trafficking in our city?
Thank you for the question. That is something that, as part of our proposed short-term rental steering committee, we'd want to engage our community standards partners as well as CPS on this matter, and as well as industry to determine what is the best approach on a go-forward basis around, the issue of human trafficking.
Okay, because it was just at last month's CPC Police Commission where it was brought up that short-term rentals are having an impact on human trafficking in our city and other violent calls.
Yeah, so we do have a meeting set up with CPS to discuss this. So that meeting hasn't happened yet, but it is, we are aware of it. Among other things, illegal things, people can just rent the house, but we will have to discuss with CPS on how we move forward with it.
And then I want to pick up a bit more on Councillor Dollywall's on what feels like from a governance perspective of we're giving housing affordability while taking away when we're doing the secondary suite grant money. And it sounded like there was more of a resistance and even trying to hold to account of when we are issuing a grant to build a long-term tenant secondary suite property, that we don't want to have some kind of checks and balances, like even in the application of, have you received a secondary suite grant for this unit when you apply for your license? And would that be something simple that we could put in action?
So changing the secondary suite program was something we need direction from council.
Even if you were to put it on your app form to start even tracking and getting the data.
Councillor Weines, we can look at that for the short-term rental application, but as has been said, if we want to change the secondary suite incentive program, we'll have to come back to council.
Okay. What was my last question? Okay, I'll stop there. Oh, wait, I remember now. Why do you want to take the strata off of giving an approval in the application process?
So although that amendment was introduced in January of 2024, after advice from law, condo boards do not have the legal authority to provide approval on whether or not an individual can operate a short-term rental. So it's ultimately what's in the condos bylaws, and condos have internal mechanisms to address non-compliance with their bylaws.
So just a hypothetical, if strata boards and condo boards wrote bylaws that stated that short-term rentals were prohibited underneath their bylaws, would we not be able to issue a license then? So then that would, in essence, stop our ability to approve a short-term rental license under that strata ownership title.
Well, it would prevent the applicant from moving forward or not operating their short-term rental because they'd be in contravention with their bylaws, condos bylaws.
And then how will we verify that those bylaws don't exist within the strata?
Well, the proposal is that we remove ourselves from that verification.
So then you would just let strata, you wouldn't ask for a copy of the strata bylaws when you apply for a short-term rental license? Because we can do that and it wouldn't be in contravention.
That is something that we can add into as part of the process.
Okay, because I brought it up and I was hoping I'd hear the yes answer on that today, but thank you.
Actually, if I could just chime in on that, we need to take that away and look at it, so we shouldn't commit to that right now. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thank you. So a couple of questions I have. Thanks for meeting with myself. And so why don't short-term rentals have development permits like home occupation and bed and breakfasts?
Thanks for the question. So we haven't included, or we haven't gone down that route with development permits because, as you know, with the rezoning changes in the bylaws, we're trying to simplify the use, which is why it hasn't been pursued.
Okay. Can a citizen appeal a short-term rental license?
They cannot appeal a short-term rental license.
Okay, so then it takes me to my enforcement stuff, and I know Councillor Winnes went down this little bit of a road, and so we do have issues in suburbs with these. So then what is the recourse for bylaw? So explain to me what happens when there's unruly behavior happening in my house, the neighbors next door. What do I do?
Yeah, so similar to any business license, you call in a complaint to 311. We'll investigate it. If there's If we find that they're not operating the way they're supposed to, we do have the ability for a license review hearing where we can put conditions, suspend, revoke the license. So again, it's just like any other business. You'd call in a complaint, we'd investigate, and if we find that they're not operating the way they're supposed to be, we would address it.
Okay.
Through enforcement.
And then through enforcement, through city, bylaw, police, how do they get, as everyone get involved?
So through 311, that's how we get our complaints from the public. There are 911 calls as well. Those are more, I think, for the parties that are happening in the middle of the night. We don't usually find out until after. So that's how we get involved. The public just calling in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to add anything, Ryan?
Yeah, I'll just add a piece. You may recall last year, council approved a significant investment in our problem properties team. So all the pieces of that investment are now filled. So that was not to only increase the scope of the work that we do, increase the scale, but also increase the scope, and that includes highly problematic short-term rentals. The biggest challenge that we have is, and where we see the biggest issues in short-term rentals, are the ones that are unlicensed but operating as short-term rentals. And the bylaw amendment before you provides requirements on the short-term rental companies to be able to produce information on a regular basis. So we can follow up with those unlicensed operators and do further investigations proactively with the Calgary Police Service, with Calgary Fire Department, with safety codes, with all our partners on our problem properties team.
Okay, and then so I'm just going to ask a question, anyone can answer it. Like the fees that we're charging for these, I still think they can be more. Are we actually covering the cost of all associated fees that, you know, if it is a problem property and we're paying, people are paying the fees, but it ends up being a problem property, are we actually taking enough in to, you know, be able to cover the cost of city staff, bylaw, all of that? Or is it something we should even consider reviewing in the next couple of years to increase it with stats and data?
Our fees are, the reason why we propose the change in fees is to actually get to that cost recovery, which we were not doing prior to these proposed amendments.
Okay. Yeah, like I'll support this. I have a motion arising. I think these are a business, so I don't care how you square this. And so I have a motion arising. Some people won't like it, some people will. We'll see how that works out. But I do appreciate all the work that you've gone and had done with University of Calgary and all that. And I think my biggest concern still is the enforcement side for the unruling homes that are not being used for housing. And we're somehow saying it's for housing and it's not, and we know they're not. So, and Councillor Wynas and I share that sentiment because we see it in our communities. So hopefully we can get to a common ground where everyone understands that these are to be used for homes. And if you're not, then there's got to be repercussion for it. So thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. So first, I just want to clarify, because there are some people who are tuning into this conversation. What happens to everyone who has a short-term rental license right now? And are they kind of grandfathered under existing rules? Will they have to re-register? Can you explain that, please?
Yes, thanks for the question. So if you have a short-term rental today, you'd be eligible to apply as part of the renewal process, regardless if it's a primary or non-primary. And this would be regardless if the moratorium is in place or not.
Okay, so in the event that, let's say, a moratorium was to start and you were in possession of like a non-primary short-term rental, would that mean that you could no longer renew it?
So you'd be still eligible to renew a short-term rental license. Is that if the moratorium was in place, you wouldn't be eligible to apply for a net new business license for short-term rental on a non-primary residence.
Okay, so anyone who has like a non-primary residence right now and is already into the system would, and a moratorium would go on, they would not be affected. They would be able to reapply. We wouldn't take any new ones.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Also, there has been some feedback from industry about the implementation date. I have an amendment to push the implementation date of this back, I believe, to April. And are you in favor of that?
Yeah, administration does support that proposed amendment change.
Okay, thank you. Also, with these fees, like it's good to know that, we're not charging a tax and that this is just kind of getting us back to a cost recovery piece. What kind of enforcement, like is there going to be dedicated enforcement resources on this, or is it going to stay kind of in the category of how we enforce all of our bylaws?
So I can speak from my team, from a business experience team. Part of the cost recovery includes having a dedicated resources to monitor the short-term rental market, the licenses, working with the platforms.
And is that net new? Will that be net new as part of the approval of this?
Yes. That would be net new,
Okay.
yes.
I think that's really important, that this is not something that was being looked at actively by the city, and that should improve enforcement, I would assume.
Yeah, and then from the enforcement team, as Chief Placatus mentioned, we do have the problem properties team that can deal with certain short-term rentals. And then our business safety peace officers will continue to deal with the short-term rentals based off their zones. So each officer has a zone. If there's short-term rentals in those zones, they are dealt with.
Yeah, thank you. And I think a lot of the platforms have like a hotline you can call as well. So one of the other concerns I've heard from people is like setting aside the 2.5%. I understand that you've made that lower than even other places that have this, but the CMHC releasing that annually, is there anywhere that we could get that updated more regularly than an annual report?
We can look into it. At this point, the most reliable source would be this CMHC. As well, what it does by having an annual review, it gives assurance because individuals that are applying for a short-term rental do have an annual review process. So it sort of sets that stage for the year when we set a moratorium, or if a moratorium is in effect or if it's not in effect.
Okay, one of my constituents wrote in and specifically said that in the U of C report, it says not to use the CMHC vacancy rate number. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct. The report indicates that there are others. Well, that we should be looking at other sources of data, which we will be looking as well, and that's by having a dedicated resources, they can investigate what those additional sources of data are, in addition to the CMHC annual report. As well as today, the CMHC did release its fall rental market data, which is not something that they released previously.
Okay, so does that mean that you're going to use that to decide that for the next year you will accept non-primary applications?
So right now, the proposed policy tool, or in the proposed amendment, is to use the purpose-built vacancy rate that's CMHC does release, which is typically released in January we expect it to be released in January of 2025.
So we will have a moratorium, or we won't, because we don't know those numbers yet.
We don't. However, based on today's fall vacancy rates, which puts the city of Calgary at 4.8, we don't expect the moratorium to be in place for 2025.
Okay, thank you. Right now, there is a gap between like the days, like the short-term rentals up to 30 days, and then long-term rentals being over 180 days. And you're proposing to cover a gap between this medium-term rental area. Can you explain why you're doing that?
Yes, the medium-term rental market is not a large market, but it is a growing market, and it is a gap that with the proposed 180 days, we're hoping to close that regulatory gap.
Okay, and that was one of the recommendations that the U of C put forward?
Yes, it is one of the recommendations. It also what allows us is to stay ahead of the evolving changes of the of short-term rental markets, which are moving towards more towards that medium-term rental.
Okay. Okay, I think I'll save everything else. Oh, actually, the one last question is, how do these business license costs compare to other business license costs that we have in the city?
So the proposed business license fees that we have for primary residences actually align with our other business license fees, both on new and on renewal as well.
And for non-primary?
The non-primary are higher because from experience, there actually is more time and follow-up from the business experience team and getting those short-term rentals licensed, hence the increased fee for non-primary.
Okay. Okay, those are all my questions. I'll save everything else for debate.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner.
Thanks. So just one question around the moratorium. So right now we're discussing that we're at 4.5%, but we don't want to dip below 2.5%. I highly doubt that we are going to get the number of applications that makes up that delta between the two, but is that something that we would be evaluating? So if we knew, for example, 4.5% represented 1,000 units, 2.5% would then represent 550, so 450 units would be that delta that we would permit to go into the short-term rental market. Are we going to use any criteria like that to make sure we don't get below that moratorium number?
Right now, the intent is to use the vacancy rate as a measure. However, by having dedicated resources, we can have better tracking and trending, and then also monitoring the impact of short-term rentals in the city.
Okay. Yeah, I would just hope that when we're evaluating the criteria, we know what we don't want to get to. And so trying to use as many of the metrics and data in the approvals process as possible. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carra, please.
Yeah, I guess I have a couple of questions that are based on concerns that have been raised by lobbyists for the short-term rental industry, and I want to throw them on the floor so you can respond to them in a public environment. Before I do that, though, Councillor Wyness raised a couple of points that I would like to address. The first one, sex trafficking. Do we have reason to believe that short-term rentals are more associated with sex trafficking than regular term rentals or anything else? Or car ownership or anything else?
CPS has advised that they can be used for sex trafficking. Yeah.
Well, everything can be, I guess, is my question. Is there reason to believe there's an outsized?
Yeah, well, and I think the reason is that you just rent the building online. There's no real tracking. You go do whatever you're going to do illegally, and then you're gone, and there's no trace of you.
Are we talking about sex trafficking or sex work or?
I think we could talk about anything illegal.
Okay, understood. Then I guess my comment to Councillor Wyness is I agree completely with your secondary suite incentive program comment, and I think a motion arising would be the best way to address that. Now, onto the lobbyists. There is the concern from the lobbyist industry is that pegging short-term rentals to vacancy rate or us opening up more licenses other than existing for non-primary residents being pegged to a vacancy rate would result in a dramatic decrease in short-term rentals available in the city of Calgary. Do you agree, disagree? Do we have any data to support that contention?
I would disagree with that statement because what we're proposing is on net new. So these would be short-term rentals that do not exist today if a moratorium was in place. As well, by extending the definition of short-term rentals, we would also see an increased number of applications for individuals that are would today operate a short-term rental without a license.
Okay. The other comment along this line from lobbyists is that a lot of housing units that find their way into the short-term rental market are sort of higher-end premium units that would not comfortably fit within a conventional rental market. They could not charge a rent that would make sense, and so they have to put it out to short-term rental. Is there truth to that? Is there a concern that we should have about that?
I would say based on some of the feedback and conversation we've had, for example, with the Calgary Fire Department, where some, as part of the process, some applicants have had their short-term rental license not approved because they haven't met safety requirements, and those are not necessarily higher-end type of housing dwelling units. So I think there's a mixture of short-term rentals that are out there, not typically just one type or a higher-end type of dwelling unit.
Okay, that's a good answer. The other contention from lobbyists is that the U of C study did not actually call for this, and that it's, I guess, the city going above and beyond what our academic researchers sort of identified. How do you respond to that?
Well, the University of Calgary's research provided a number of policy tools, and a moratorium is one of the policy tools. And then the reason, the proposal that we have in front of you was really striking a balance between supporting housing affordability and also supporting the economic benefits of short-term rentals. The moratorium served, amongst one of the other recommendations, serves a good balance of that.
Okay, I appreciate that. We're hearing from lobbyists that the 3 to 6 month sort of like opening up that situation will actually serve to raise rents in an affordability crisis, because you're not only paying rent, but you're also covering business fees. What is your response to that contention?
I mean, I would look at the research study, which indicates that there's no correlation or economic correlation between the rise in short-term rentals and the impacts on long-term rental prices.
Okay. And the final concern is that all of this is being done with minimal to no consultation with industry. What is our response to that?
I would say the industry, as well as Calgarians, were consulted in phase 1 and as part of the engagement process in phase 1 and in phase 2.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. I look forward to Councillor Meehan's debate.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor McLean, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, just quickly. My initial thoughts are always we don't need to interfere with the private sector or the private market, but looks like there's some concerns here that they're worth looking at. Like I think we had mentioned stopping secondary suites if we're going to help fund them. Yeah, that makes total sense. They should that should be restrictions. But the one you mentioned, affordable housing, is that a thing? Are people using their affordable housing units and using those as short-term rentals? Is that, have we come across that?
So I would say it's not something that we necessarily have data to quantify it. And a lot of the most affordable housing tenancy agreements have restrictions on allowing for home sharing or any type of short-term rental. Where the gap is, where we're trying to sort of close the gap, is from the business licensing application, that there's nothing currently in place now that prevents that from happening. And so that's why the proposal there is to ensure that it doesn't happen.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's kind of what I thought too. And you said like 1% or less is actually short-term rentals. Is that comparable in other major metropolitan cities? Is that?
It depends on, some municipalities are a lot larger. If I look at Vancouver and Toronto, they have a much higher number of short-term rentals.
Stuff.
Yeah.
And do they? What about their rules? Are they similar to what we're trying to do here?
It varies from municipality to municipality. BC has introduced a principal residence restriction. Toronto has something very similar. Other more touristy cities or towns have very specific rules or location in the city where short-term rentals can be operated. So as part of the study, there was a municipal scan of 25 cities that sort of gives a range of different regulations across Canada.
Yeah, and to address Councillor Carraw's point, with the industry, the hotel industry, my understanding is they're kind of okay with this. Are they generally supportive of what the city's doing, or what's your thoughts there?
I mean, from our conversations with the Calgary Hotel Association, is that they are supportive of these recommendations. They also understand that as an industry, they can't necessarily serve or meet all the needs of the accommodation needs, especially during peak season and, during Stampede and during the summer months. Really what they're looking for is a more of an equal playing field from a taxation perspective, which is why one of our recommendations is to pursue and investigate a property tax subclass for non-primary short-term rentals.
Yeah, that's all I have. Good work. I think this has to be done in every city, and you're doing it, and now we'll vote on it. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Councillor Meehan to move the item.
Yeah, thanks everyone for the great discussion. And as anyone listening can probably hear, there's a wide spectrum of opinion on short-term rentals. And there's quite a number of people that I think that the fees should be higher, that the restrictions should be more. And that is why we actually commissioned this report from the School of Public Policy, was to actually inform us with as best as we can the evidence. And I think that if that work hadn't been going on during the housing debate conversations, I think that when, BC banned short-term rentals, I think that there would have been political will to do that here. And I think that that would have been a mistake, because as the report shows, there isn't that many short-term rentals out there. They're probably not having the impact that people assumed that they have, but they're probably having some level of impact that you might want to keep an eye on. And I think that that is something that we need to think through. I think that's why the working group on this is important. And I think that there are loopholes right now between a short-term rental and a long-term rental. And there's this regulatory gap of medium-term rentals that can be covered. The 2.5% moratorium, I think you could do without it. But what I would offer is that right now, most cities restrict, a lot of cities, major cities will restrict to primary residence. And so they won't even allow any non-primary. So if you have two homes, you're not allowed to put the second one on a short-term rental platform. That's not the position that Calgary is taking. So even in approving this, I think we would have some of the more lax short-term rental regulations. You think the whole province of BC has just banned them, and then many major cities like Toronto say primary residence only. And we're saying everyone who has a primary residence and wants to do this, you can have absolute heyday. And anyone who has multiple homes can continue to do this in a net new function, provided our vacancy rate isn't rock bottom. And so I think that this is about acknowledging concerns that the community has, because when you go to the community, they don't care that you say we can't prove that there's a correlation between long-term rents and short-term rentals. They'll just say, yeah, but those are 5 properties that are being used as a short-term rental right now that could be a long-term rental if they weren't allowed to have multiple properties doing this. And that makes a big difference for those people in that moment. So for all of those reasons, I think that we're striking the right balance between what this council would be able to support. Not everyone's necessarily going to be happy with every single thing. In terms of, I agree with Councillor Carrad that I think we should maybe with the secondary suite incentive program, we should just make sure people sign off that they're not going to apply for a secondary or for a short-term rental if they accept that grant, versus asking every short-term rental person if they got the secondary suite incentive. We can think that through, but I do think that that's a good thing to point out. So I think we have the right balance here. I think people probably want more. Some people might want less, but I do think that this is as close to fair as we can get. And I appreciate all the experts who weighed in on this. So that's it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer to second.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I also speak to it quick as well? A lot of this conversation, at least for myself, started when we were coming out of COVID, and as we all know, there were a lot of businesses really struggling. We talk here locally around our tourism economy and wanting to see it rebound. It's one of our council priorities. It's an ongoing conversation, and STRs plays a pretty important role in all of this. Early on, really, there was comments around the primary residence. So just building off of what Councillor Meehan has stated, if we were to do that and follow some other jurisdictions, it really would be what one of the ladies that worked on this, she called it the hammer of Thor. That it was essentially like a blunt regulatory instrument that would have some impacts on our STR market that we should probably study, and we should probably use some sober second and think about that our market is not the same as everyone else's. So I'm actually really, really glad we did the work. It did take a while, but I think what we have before us is responsive to where we are right today. I love the fact that hard questions are being asked on both sides of this. I think this is a classic good governance conversation where we are kind of ruffling some feathers on both perspectives of this issue. And ultimately, I see this as us as governors, as policymakers, trying to help the evolution of this market. We want to thread that needle of allowing it to grow and having the freedoms to be able to continue to offer what it offers, because it offers an awful lot, but also at the same time make sure that it doesn't grow unchecked and cause a lot of the same concerns and issues that it has caused in other jurisdictions. So the more I think about this, the more the work is kind of poked and prodded at from various angles, the more confident in it I become. Ultimately proud to be sitting here, hopefully seeing this through, and I hope my colleagues will have some similar sense of pride in the work that we are hopefully about to vote through.
Thank you. Councillor Walcott, please.
Thank you. I'll keep it short just because it was just some of the context that was had in the early days of this discussion with regards to medium-term rentals and kind of like what their impact was and how they're being utilized, and why I just want to say, like, I'm really supportive of the comment that we were getting ahead of the curve for an up-and-coming problem. One of the issues that we saw in Toronto in particular, just in the early days of this research, I met with some advocates out of it, was just that Toronto was using 100 days instead of 180 in particular as some of their limitations. And so they were seeing back-to-back rentals at 99 days each for the purpose of avoiding the rental tenancy board. Right, they didn't want to be structured in with the rent caps, and they didn't want to be structured in with a standard rental. So they were running them at 99 days apiece, so that you didn't have to sign a regular lease, and then you weren't a protected tenant. And they just did that over and over again. So the 180-day number, it's 6 months, so it protects you from a simple place of just making sure that we are not seeing people having to live in short-term rentals instead of just actually being a long-term tenant, which is what they should be anyway, because the only reason to do it at that scale and time frame is just collect money. You're just doing it because you have a reduced number of protections for a tenant in a business than you do from a renter who signed a lease. So I just want to say thank you for that, because that was a continued experience that was even identified at FCM, because a lot of those 100-day rentals were actually going towards refugees and newcomers who simply were burning through every dollar they had just to make sure a roof was over their head. So again, thank you for getting ahead of the curve.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. I'll go over to you, Councillor Meehan.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate everyone who's been part of this conversation. And I recognize that anytime that regulations change, it can be hard on people. But I think the important message to those who own STRs right now is that you are grandfathered into this system, and this is something that's sort of forward-looking. And I think to people who have, it's very funny in this my experience with this, I've been said that I'm like a shill for the hotel lobby, but then I've also been told in the early days that I was working for Airbnb and all of this. And I think what's hilarious as a regulator is that you realize that both sides sort of think you're on the other group side. And I think that the point that we're trying to get to is the right balance for our community. And I think we recognize the value and utility of short-term rentals. We want them to be able to continue. We want people to use their primary residence with reckless abandon to do what they wish with short-term rentals. But when it comes to owning multiple properties and putting them on these STR platforms, we're just going to have to be mindful of what the vacancy rate is like in the city before we do that. And that's fundamentally where we're getting, as well as closing a regulatory gap that Councillor Walcott just mentioned. And taking them out of affordable housing units. All of those things I think make good sense. And so I hope that we can support this and move forward. So, and I look forward to hopefully seeing a motion rising from Councillor Wyness. So with that, I'm closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 53M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. No one has any amendments, right? Okay, good. Second reading of bylaw 50.
Wait, I did. Sorry.
I thought you did.
Actually,
I thought that's why I would jump in here now.
I do have an amendment. Is it too late to bring it?
No, I hadn't started second reading yet.
Phew, thank you. Sorry. The industry did can I speak to it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Industry did request that we pushed back the implementation date to April 1st. And I think that that's a realistic and fair request. So that's what this is.
Can I get a seconder on this, please? Councillor Penner, thank you. I don't see anybody in the queue for any debate. Over to you to close, Councillor.
Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe, please, to vote.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Second reading of bylaw 53M 2024 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried.
Sean Chu. No, Sean Chu opposed.
Okay, so Sean Chu is opposed to second reading, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 53M 2024 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 53M 2024 as amended. Anyone opposed?
Sean Chu.
Councillor Chu is opposed, and that is carried. That takes us on to item 9.4. No, the motion rising. Yes, I've got it right here in big letters.
All good. It's hopefully we can do this one quick. I know it's not what Councillor Wyness is bringing in, and she can speak to that if she'd like. So, Council, I have a motion arising to explore feasibility of applying the same tax rate that is applied to non-residential properties for short-term rental subclass, and have administration return to council by the end of Q2 2025. This is for non-primary residents. So while I appreciate the recommendations administration's put forward, I think there's some opportunity here. This directs administration to explore a subclass for property taxes for these business types, and I have to say, I actually think they are a business and they can be very lucrative. So it's time that we start treating them like one rather than a home. Also, it is an opportunity to level set them with the same playing field as hotels. That is something I have heard from the hotel industry. And two, we want those that are serious about running short-term rentals are actually using them for housing. This is a deterrent, because now you have to give a lot of information. You are on the Calgary books, and if you're running something that's not a short-term rental, they will find you. So let's make the bad actors not play in the field if this is an opportunity. It also discourages other things that can happen in these places, and I can sit here and talk about the ones all we've seen. But anyways, I won't. It also shows the community that we're serious about addressing their concerns. And with this report, we can also talk about advocacy to the provincial government about legislation changes in some of the other taxation categories that we want to do. So this is a step forward. I hope you can support it. I know there will be people that won't want to support it, and that's okay.
I'm second.
Who said they're seconding? Over here. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'll keep it short. I agree with exploring this, and I think there's nothing wrong with sending admin back to work on it and come forward later on.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I have a question for admin, potentially Director Desjardins or Director Lee. My understanding is this is complicated work, and I'm curious I'm curious, not that it shouldn't be undertaken, but I'm curious potentially if we should be looking at something like the Alberta Tourism Levy, and if they're, between the two of you, if you can, if you've ever kind of charted a path to this levying some taxes on STRs and what might be the best path forward on that, the path of least resistance and the one that would make the most sense for our current processes.
Yeah, so one of the recommendations in the report already, one of the policy tools is to look into a short-term rental subclass. So we will be looking at exploring and what that may look like. There are currently no other jurisdictions in Alberta that we're aware of that has a short-term a rental subclass. So part of that work we will be exploring, looking at proper procedures, things that we could leverage in the licensing applications to apply that subclass.
Okay, and nothing currently legislatively standing in the way of us doing that?
I would say that there is no currently obvious piece of legislation that say that we can, but our team in conjunction with law will be looking at that as part of that work, and our plan is to report back in Q2 of 2025.
Okay, and then this work would also be supportive of some other, like if we crack this egg, it would allow us to potentially do other subclasses that we've been talking about potentially requiring?
For residential subclass and to manage expectations right now, we are going to be looking at what is legally possible. We do know that we have we don't have the technology that is capable of doing that right now, but part of the scoping work we would return back to council to say what upgrades we would need to our system, the runway we need to implement that sort of thing, and that's what we plan to have back at Q2 2025.
Okay, thank you, Director Lee. Councillor Sharp, fully supportive. Hope this passes.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan.
Oh, I just asked to remove my RTO.
Yeah, sorry about that. Let's go to Councillor Carra then, please.
Largely asked and answered by Councillor Spencer's line of questioning. I just want to make sure that this is not exceeding administration's capacity to do their work or represents a new body of extra work that's going to grind you down and take you away from other established work.
So we can look at subclasses already because there has been work directed into subclasses in terms of the heritage tax subclass that was approved earlier or worked for the subclass for the tax cancellation program earlier this year. In terms of looking at using a non-residential rate, so that is just one small input. At the end of the day, council will, if we have a subclass, council will still have the ability to set that rate as whatever they wish at the property tax bylaw time frame in the spring, if we had a subclass. So we would be able to do that.
Okay. I'm always interested in exploring things, as long as it's not taking us away from other things.
Thank you. Councillor Wong, please.
Yeah, Mr. Lee, sorry. Mr. Lee, thank you. When exploring the property tax subclasses, would you be restricting us to a full term, a full assessment year, or in situations where it's a part year, situation? Can your system handle it?
So in terms of a property assessment, we're always looking at a specific condition date, and that is through the Municipal Government Act, and that is December 31st. So we would not be prorating things midway through the year.
So you won't get a part year this way, part year that way. Okay, thank you.
Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
So, Mr. Lee, December 31st, like on that day exactly is when we assess the class of what it is or isn't?
That's correct.
Okay, what about if this year, December 31st, I have it as a primary dwelling. January 1, I want to rent it out. And I apply for a license. And then I go away for the winter. or for the, up until, say, June. June, I move back into my primary dwelling, and I no longer rent it. December 31st of that year, it's a primary dwelling. But for 6 months out of the year, it's a short-term rental, but or say 8 months out of the year, it's a short-term rental. So it's not a primary dwelling because I'm not there, it's not there for 6 months, only there for 4 months. How would we?
So I think we would have to look and see what that definition of primary dwelling is, but whatever that definition is, that determination is always made at December 31st.
Yeah, unless I'm mistaken, isn't primary dwelling considered to be 6 months or more? Can law answer that question?
They don't define that. I don't think we define that.
I believe Mr. Swin is on the line. Sean, if you could answer that, please.
I think the problem is primary dwelling has different meanings in different contexts. For the purposes of this bylaw, of the short-term rental amendments that you're looking at today, it has to do with just being the place where the person normally resides. There's no sort of minimum number of days that's part of that definition. But I think this discussion with Mr. Lee about in some sort of tax context would have to kind of figure out how that would work or how we could make that work together, because it does get complicated if the use of the property is changing throughout the year.
Yeah, and that's part of my challenge is the administrative burden associated with implementation. And have we looked at this as what the operational challenges associated with trying to implement this would be? Or is that part of what the investigation is going to do?
May I maybe ask the team to come up, because when you issue a business license for short-term rental, is it for a year?
Business licenses are issued for a year.
But that still doesn't address the primary dwelling reference, right? It's a primary dwelling today when I apply for it, right?
This is non-primary.
I get it. So it's a non-primary. It's non-primary when I apply for it as a primary dwelling, but then I move out of it. It's a primary license, right? It's a primary license that I got.
Yeah. Councillor Chabot, are you concerned about somebody only renting something out for, say, 6 weeks and then coming back and saying it's no longer a short-term rental? Because that's where I'm going with, if it's issued for a year, then for a whole calendar year, regardless of the date of the assessment, it's going to be either a short-term rental or not. Am I
So it
understanding
applies
what
to
you're
non-primary dwellings. So the question is going to be, how do you determine whether it's a primary dwelling or a non-primary dwelling? Just by virtue of the business license or the license associated with it?
Well, I think part of the work is working with tax and assessment is to explore what the, how would the put this into operation, right? So right now we'd have to look at what is the right approach to that. That's one of the reasons why we want to create a primary, non-primary license so that we have and capture that data. But then working with Director Lee's team in terms of how do we then incorporate the taxation part.
So I own it today. Next week I sell it to somebody else, but I've applied for a license for a full year. How does it get taxed?
So I think once that business license is closed, we reevaluate it. So they apply.
But it's still valid up to December 31st. December 31st, before it gets.
No, if you cancel. A business license is valid for a year from the day it is issued. It would be no different in, for example, if you own a property today, you've applied for a short-term rental business license, you sell your dwelling, and someone else comes in and runs a short-term rental in that same unit, they'd have to apply for a new business license. And that date of issuance would be the date that they've gone through all the process and have been issued a license.
Yeah, I totally understand what you're getting at, and I think it's just us working with finance to try to figure that out, because businesses also apply for licenses throughout the year. So you could apply December or January 1st. So I think it would be on application and on renewal and or if they close their business.
considering how many residential properties we have to go through on just from an assessment perspective to try and put in another element into the equation. I just see this as administratively burdensome.
I think it can be a check on the license application. So we're taking that application in anyways.
Okay, so this recommendation is just to report back in Q2 2025 with a report outlining how this could potentially be applied?
Yes.
Whatever. I guess you guys like doing work.
Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, back in the queue here. For clarification, and maybe I should know this, but from an assessment perspective on non-residential, residential, is zoning a factor in that? Like, so if these are zoned residential, is it actually even possible to apply a non-residential rate to it?
So that would be something that we would look into. So what we are proposing in this motion arising, is that we would continue to use a residential subclass, but use the identical rate that is applied to non-residential properties.
Okay. Thank you. All right, that's the clarity I need, and I'll just quickly debate. While I appreciate the direction that this is going, I think that the answer is that it's going to be very complex to do for very little return. And I think it would obviously dissuade people from using non-primary residences, but I would just argue that we already have just approved the right mechanism on vacancy rate to take care of that. So I think that this will, in the end, be a lot of work and likely won't be worth doing, and it's probably overkill for the amount of non-primary STRs that we have. So, I recognize others may support it in order to just get the information. Nothing wrong with that, but I do think that that's what the answer is going to be, so I won't be supporting.
Thank you. Let's go back to Councillor Sharp to close.
I would say getting information is always a good thing. And then at the time you get it, if you don't like the way it's going, vote against it then. But I don't see this as a lot of work for administration because they would have let me know that before I even brought it forward. So, closed.
All right, e-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gonda, call the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 12-2 with Councillors Meehan and Chabot voting against. Madam Clerk, I have a question for you. We've only got 10 minutes. I think it's going to be hard to get through the notices of motion. In your opinion, should we do the bylaw tabulations because they should be relatively quick?
So long as council gives general consent to move on to the next section of the agenda, I don't have any concern with that.
Okay, Council, it's entirely up to you. I think if we get into the notices of motion, we're not even going to finish one of them in 10 minutes. We could knock off 4 or 5 items if we go to the bylaw tabulations. Does anyone have a concern with that? Okay, thank you. I appreciate your patience. Councillor Thaliwal and Councillor Walcott. So, excuse me, I'm going to skip ahead to item 10.1.1.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. That is my item as the returning officer. The bylaw tabulation is with respect to adjustments to ward boundaries that are necessary to align with previously annexed land within the city's ward boundaries. I don't have a formal presentation, but happy to take your questions.
Perfect. Can we get the motion on the screen? Thank you.
They're coming right up.
Okay, thank you very much.
The motion will be to provide second
and third readings. Can I get someone to move this, please? Councillor Penner, can I get a seconder? Councillor Sharp, thank you. All right, e-scribe to vote on this, please.
Councillor Spencer, your vote, please. Councillor Spencer, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Mayor Gonda, call the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Second reading of bylaw 29M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Third reading of bylaw 29M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Let's go to 10.1.2.
Mayor, this is second and third reading for the East Calgary International Avenue Communities Local Area Plan. The plan was circulated to CMRB after first reading, and it's come back and ready for approval for second and third.
Thank you very much. Over to you to move it, Councillor Carra.
So moved. I won't say anything unless there's a debate.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot to second. Do you need to add anything?
Just appreciate all the work administration did to incorporate some of the recommendations and the amendments that had been proposed by the International Avenue BRZ. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. Over to you to close, Councillor Carra.
Closed.
Thanks. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gonta, call the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Second reading of bylaw 67P 2024 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Third reading of bylaw 67P 2024 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Let's go to 10.1.3.
This is our relinquishment bylaw, and this is brought annually. And we have it before with our surplus of $59,281,683.
Okay, can I get a mover for this item, please? Councillor Chabot, seconded by Councillor Penner. Let's go to e-scribe to vote on this, please.
Mayor Gonta, call the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Second reading of bylaw 7B 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Third reading of bylaw 7B 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Let's go to 10.1.4.
And this is around our franchise fees for electricity and also for natural gas.
Thank you. Can I get a mover on this one, please? Councillor Chabot, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Penner.
Just to move it briefly, just to say that thanks to administration for making these recommendations, at least as an interim solution. Looking forward to the long-term solution as we move forward.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else in the queue, so we'll vote on this item. E-scribe, please.
Mayor Gonta, call the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Second reading of bylaw 42M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Third reading of bylaw 42M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Now for tomorrow, everyone, we are starting at 1 p.m. When we get back in here, we'll go to item 9.4.5, which is the notice of motion about resilient roofing. Then we'll go to 9.4.6, which is the notice of motion about dogs, cats, and rabbits. And then we will go into closed session. We have 3 items: extended producer responsibility,